for all the constituents and people that love and call Wyandotte County home. So at this time, I'll ask the mayors and their administrators to please come to the podium, and we'll start with Mayor Cahar from the great city of Edwardsville to come to the podium, and she'll give her remarks.
Carolyn Cahar, for anyone listening online, Mayor of Edwardsville, Kansas. I didn't bring a big formal proposal or anything like that for this evening. I know it's a little bit more casual, so I just wanted to talk to you about a few of the things that I've talked with you all about before, and some of the needs and of the constituents in Edwardsville, some things that would be even costless solutions that would come up for your constituents there. One thing that we've talked about for a few years is pilot, and that is a fee, a payment in lieu of taxes. It's basically a tax applied to the BPU bills of residents across Wyandotte County, but especially I bring your attention to the pilot on the bills in Edwardsville. The reason that I'm bringing this up is because that money is taken from your constituents in Edwardsville and placed right into the general fund of Kansas City, Kansas. And so to your constituents in this part of the county, it doesn't seem like a fair taking. It's money that's taken from one community and directly deposited into another. That's been something that we've asked to be removed for quite some time. We brought that to legal. They've said, well, it violates charter. I've not found anywhere in the charter that requires a pilot. In the charter, it does address revenue going from BPU to Kansas City, Kansas in a certain amount that ends up being a pass-through via pilot, but I have not seen, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because it could be, but I haven't seen anywhere in there that actually requires pilot of residents in Edwardsville. So I just ask that you address that and just give it some thought and how that might be resolved in the near future, specifically eliminating the pilot from residents' bills in Edwardsville. Sci-fi is one thing that we had for a brief time, and then it went away with budget cuts. That was something that was very instrumental in the budget of Edwardsville, but as well as Kansas City, Kansas, Bonner Springs, and the entire county. This was not an initiative that just helped the people of Edwardsville, but it was an infrastructure improvement. It was investing in infrastructure for the entire county. Something that when we talk about a unified government, this was a unified investment because it helps people across the entire county. One of the main needs in Wyandotte County is infrastructure maintenance and improvement. This is an easy win. It's an easy win for something that is equitable across the county because it was divided up by lane miles and just goes into that infrastructure. Most counties do invest in infrastructure across their whole county. There's generally county roads and things like that. We don't have that as much in Wyandotte, but Sci-Fi was a way to make a really meaningful investment throughout the county. The last thing that I'll bring before you has no financial ask. And that is to consider revising the charter for the PET board. Currently, the PET board, Wyandotte County Library Board, consists of 11 members. Of those 11 members, 6 actually live in the PET district, which is it's any resident who lives outside of the Kansas City, Kansas school district. So it's primarily residents who live in Piper, Edwardsville, and Turner, but there's a few that live kind of in that middle ground. So you're looking at Piper, Edwardsville, and Turner residents primarily. So of the 11 members, 6 live in that area, 5 do not, but all 11 vote on the mill levy set by that board. So that means 5 people are voting to tax an area that they do not pay. So they're voting on a bill that they do not pay. So I would ask you to consider adjusting the charter, including all those voices, including 11 members, but having 6 ex officio members who their voices are still brought to the board, but having 5 ex officio members, but the 6 who are going to actually pay that bill, the representatives from Piper, Edwardsville, and Turner be the voting members. Just as I don't come in and set a mill levy for Kansas City, Kansas, those that aren't paying that and aren't voted in by those people shouldn't be setting a tax bill that they're not participating in paying. So that is a solution, something that would be really appreciated by those that live in our area. It doesn't cost the UG anything, but it's just bringing fair representation to those who are paying for that mill that's set by that board. If you guys have any questions, I know this isn't very formal, so I'd love to answer those for you. I'm not sure if I explained that very well. And so if you have questions about that, please feel free to ask them.
But before we get into questions, as part of your presentation of asked, what are some of the good things going on in Edwardsville that you'd like to share with the commission and the public as far as
Absolutely.
developments, opportunities, things you're looking at? What's the vision moving forward?
We do have some great things coming forward in our city. So last November, our city was able to pass a vote of a 0.5 cent sales tax increase. That's going to bring a new city hall, police department, fire department, and the first time ever city library to our city that we have not had yet. We were able to do that without increasing the tax burden on our residents, which is something that we were really proud of because we know that's an ongoing concern. And so they voted that we needed these improvements of that 0.5 cent sales tax. Our fire department has been in the same building for decades now. That was built for a volunteer fire department. It was not built for people to spend the night. We'd have men and women in the same area. It's very outdated, very obsolete. So it was time for them to get into a more modern structure. So we're adding on to that building to bring them up to date and get more of a professional building for them. Our police department for 16 years had been in a mobile building that we bought from the city of Leawood for $1. And so that was supposed to be a temporary solution almost 20 years ago now, about 17 years ago. And so we felt it was time that also with law enforcement, not to get too into the weeds, but it's not a very secure building. It's not the best place to house detainees, paraphernalia, things like that. It's just not set up for that. So we're really excited for some great things moving forward in the city of Edwardsville. The residents are really excited for some positive things coming ahead. And let's see. We've got, I mean, there's just, that's the primary thing. We have new events coming up. We've got our police department more engaged with community than ever before. And so we've got community events coming up. So watch the calendar for that. I don't want to take a whole lot of your time going through our every little event that's coming, but there are definitely great things coming ahead. You are all welcome out to any event that we have, any meeting that we have, to come and just meet your constituents from our part of the county. You guys are our county board. And so it's great anytime that we have the ability to visit with you and hear your heart, and you guys are able to hear the needs of your constituents in Edwardsville.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to highlight, you got some new housing options as well that I see you all are building.
Yeah, so we have the Highland Townhomes coming up right off of Highland in Edwardsville. There will be about 50 units, 52-ish units. So that'll be they're already under construction, but over the next year or so, you'll see those popping up more. And there's single family housing that just pops up sporadically in our more spread out areas all the time. And so, yeah, we're excited to see those coming up.
Where's that big warehouse that's still under construction? Right before you.
Well, that's in Bonner Springs.
That's in Bonner. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I got it mixed up. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Burns has a question.
Commissioner.
Welcome, Mayor, and thanks for all you do. I have a question for you. It was about this time last year that you appeared before us, and because taxes were so high, you recommended that we go revenue neutral.
Mm-hmm.
The junior college did, and then I learned that Edwardsville didn't. Why not?
So the kind of easy answer to that is, for years in a row beforehand, the unified government has taken every bit that they could. So they'd say, okay, taxes have gone up this much, appraisals have gone up this much. We're going to keep the mill levy level, right? Edwardsville's decreased every single year for the last 8 years. We decreased over 7 mills over the last 8 years. So we only take what we've needed every year. In addition to that, as constituents had asked me before, our general fund was not what was presented to us the year before. And so we had some hard news with that, with some auditing and things, not to get too into the legal weeds of it. But we had to not bring our general fund down to $300,000, which would have happened if we went revenue neutral because of numbers that were presented to us that were not accurate. So we didn't have that ability last year. I think going revenue neutral is a great goal. I would love to be able to do that in our city. I know that that's not something that is sustainable year after year after year because we have to do pay increases and things like that. Once in a while, it's not something that can be, especially if we don't have a lot of development, which we haven't had in our city, unfortunately, a big boom of development. But that is definitely something I'd like to see coming in the future. It just wasn't because we had only taken small bits and had been reducing for 8 years in a row. We couldn't go the full revenue neutral last year.
So did you not promote it with your fellow council members?
I was until I found out that if we went revenue neutral, our entire general fund would be less than $400,000.
Okay.
Then I didn't feel like we could do that.
I just got the impression it was kind of a do as I say, not as I do.
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And just like I had mentioned before, year after year, and Commissioner Stites will probably remember this. I've been on them every year and just taking what we need. He was a huge proponent for that as well, and not overtaxing every year, not taking everything just because we could. We would take, if we would do a mill decrease, sometimes there's 2 mill decrease. Like every year it was a mill decrease. So we were showing our constituents we're not taking every bit just because we can to keep the mill levy. But we also got some hard news that we just couldn't responsibly make that decision. But I definitely would love to be able to do that.
Well, I hope you can understand why I was curious.
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. And you're always, if you have questions, feel free to send me an email. So you don't have to wait a year to talk to me. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you for your response.
Sure, of course.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor. Good to see you again. You mentioned first the BPU pilot. Do you have any idea how much money you'd be talking about if you're saying the fund of KCK and not into Edwardsville? How much money would you be talking about?
That's a good question. I had asked, I believe that the UG staff had looked into that because we don't see that BPU side of the bill. I only see the big bucket when I look at the county revenue. That's something that I'd asked about 3 years ago, and I don't believe I got that exact number from the UG, but I'd be happy to, I think we could probably get that in the near future.
We could easily find that. Thank you. Good to see you again. I am not familiar again with the PET board. Could you once again say what that is and what the ask is?
Sure. And I'm sorry, I as I was saying it, I thought that probably wasn't the clearest way to state it. And so it's our library board, our Wyandotte County Library Board. And the library is run, the Kansas City, Kansas Public Library is run through District 500.
Okay.
And so the constituents of Wyandotte County who do not live in District 500 are taxed through this PET district, Piper Edwardsville Turner is what it stands for. And the members of that PET board, they set a mill levy that taxes the residents in Piper Edwardsville and Turner. And there's 11 members on that PET board, but only six of those members actually live in the area that have to pay the tax. And so we have 5 people voting on a tax that they do not pay.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Stites, District 7. Thank you for presentation. So what would be a fix on that pet? Do you have any kind of thoughts on how that could be remedied or how we look at trying to address that or?
Absolutely. So when I had asked some others about that, they felt like, we still want to have a voice and be involved, and I think that's fine. So I would suggest that of the 11 members, that the 6 who live in Piper, Edwardsville, and Turner be the voting members, and the 5 others would be ex officio members. So they can still come and contribute to the conversation, but they wouldn't vote on the actual tax that they are not paying. And those 5 members do get to vote on the board that sets the tax that they're paying through the school district. So they're getting to vote on that board already.
And you may not know this, But do we know how long that, this has been in place, this board at this number at 11? And does anybody know
I
that?
believe that was shortly after well, 1997.
97 in the charter?
Yeah,
probably?
it was
Okay.
chartered. So there was a Wyandotte County Library Board before that. And that was established because the communities outside of Kansas City, Kansas didn't have their own library. And so they said, okay, well, you guys are using our libraries. Can you contribute? And that's where the Wyandotte County Library Board was established, but the PET was 97.
And I'll add to that a little bit that, and the reason that Bonner Springs is not involved in this district is because, and they may speak about it here in a little bit, but they have their own library. So that's why it's not PBET.
Yeah, and they do have a member on the board,
Yeah.
but and they do receive funds. So the Wyandotte County Library Board or the PET Board can charter or can work with any library within Wyandotte County. And so they do contribute to Bonner Springs Library as well.
Do you remember what when you talked about sci-fi, do you remember what the contribution was to Edwardsville when sci-fi was in place the previous year? Was it roughly 500,000?
I think it was about 430.
So 430. So removing that from your budget could definitely play a role into why you were not able to go revenue neutral, correct?
Well, absolutely.
Okay.
So in our budget, and this will seem probably a little bit foreign to the unified government, our entire budget's about $8 million a year. And so that includes our police, fire, municipal court, just city hall, parks, public works, everything's about $8 million a year. And so about $500,000 off of that is a pretty significant chunk for us to have to incorporate back into the budget.
Well, hopefully if we are able to reinitiate sci-fi, that might be a tool that gets you closer to being able to go revenue neutral. So appreciate
Sure.
it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramirez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I never really fully understood how the PET worked. So we all have an appointee on the library board, and the mill levy that board sets is only for Piper, Edwardsville, and Turner. Is that correct?
Yes, and so any resident who lives outside of District 500 is who pays that. And so there's a little bitty portion that's, I think like Delaware Ridge.
Mhm.
So it's not District 500, but it's also not Piper, Edwardsville, Turner. And so, but it's the PET board, Piper, Edwardsville, Turner. And so only the people who live in that PET district pay that tax.
Okay, and the PET district is Piper, Edwardsville, Turner. Okay. And then the libraries that are in KCK, those are set and funded by the USD 500 school board. Is that correct?
It's a part of their mill. It's a part of the money they collect that funds the Kansas City, Kansas Public Library.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, I guess I never realized how that worked until,
Yeah.
I know this is probably like the third year you've brought it to us before, but not until today did I really you explained it very well today where the light bulb in my head was like, oh.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
It took me a while to wait a second, how does this work? And so it's pretty confusing.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. And just, Mayor, and Commission, I meet with, all three mayors, in Wyandotte County, and Mayor Cahar has brought the issues up. And I did make a commitment to, Mayor Cahar that I would, work with, our legal staff to formulate, resolutions that would, address, the pilot as well as the PET board. And so that commitment remains. We've had a lot of other things as priority, but we will get that going and get it to a standing committee so they can start having those discussions. So thank you so much for your time and your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me out and for asking questions. Feel free to send me an email if you think of something later. I'm happy to answer those.
Okay. All right, we've got Bonner Springs Mayor here, Mayor Stevens. I apologize, I tried to give Edwardsville your brand new facility out there. But they are in close proximity, and so we're glad to have Mayor Stevens here with your presentation.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Mayor Tom Stevens. I want to take just a moment real quickly to introduce you to our new city manager, Amber Vogan, who's now been on staff, well, I shouldn't say staff, but has been taking the position of city manager 3 months now, 2 months?
1 month officially.
1 month, okay. She acts like she's been here 10 years, so. I want to make sure we give her some opportunities to speak because she can really speak more at a staff level of things. Many of the things I talked about last time I was here about many of the projects we going on. We have broken ground on a majority of those. There is one, unfortunately, that has fallen through. And that was the apartments that were going to be built just north of Academy Bank because of a issue with the developer and the property owner. Property owner didn't want to wait as long as it was going to take to remediate the property for the wetlands. And the group that was the developer did not want to purchase the property until that remediation had been accomplished and was approved by the federal government. They wanted to wait until that point in time. So because of that, the agreement fell through and they returned their money to the state, their LIHTC funding. So, but all the other projects are going forward. I was hoping that by the next time I saw you, I'd be able to talk about the Epic Resorts. It is still moving forward. We are still working on that developers agreement. There are a few little things, and hopefully within that next probably month, we're hoping to have something come in front of us. So I do have a few items I was going to address, but I will let if Mrs. Vogan would like to speak on some of the things that might be happening in Bonner.
Sure, we have several projects going on. He mentioned the Epic Resorts. One thing that you'll probably see coming before you in the future is a partnership to update the agreement we have with you all about the sewer up in that corner of our city. I've been working with your Economic Development Department on that, so and your Public Works Department. So we'll get that before you and before a standing committee. Once we get through all the development agreement stuff, then we can really start to work on that. We have several projects going on. We have, for commercial, we have a quick trip that's going in right off from I-70. This will be our second quick trip. So we have one as you get off I-70 north, and this one will be as you're getting off I-70 south, just near our Old Dominion that opened a couple years ago. We have several housing projects in our downtown. We have almost 100 apartment units going in. They'll be half market rate and half median income, which is really great for our city. That's a gap that we don't have any median income housing right now. And it fits really well with our median income levels in the city. So that will be a really great project and bring some more people to our downtown, which we're very excited about. We also have about 144 townhomes that are opening up near Azura Amphitheater, right across the street there, behind Feldman's. Some of those, they've started moving people in, so they'll continue to work on the rest of the units as they open, people will move in there. Let's see what else. We have a few commercial lots that are still up by our Quick Trip location that we're hoping to bring in more businesses along there, along the I-70 and K-7 corridor. We have some senior apartments that are going in still up near that Kansas Avenue K-7 corridor, and those should be breaking ground anytime now. And then, of course, we have our warehouses at the corner of 110th and Riverview that are under construction. And there's a couple of projects that have signed on to lease those spaces. And then there's a few other buildings that will be coming in the future that right now are spec, but as they get proposals for businesses coming in, then they're happy to work with those businesses to kind of build to fit if they choose to. I think that's
That's it. You covered pretty well.
that's all of them.
But you might talk about the use of the ARPA funds for the water.
Oh,
Water.
yes, yeah. We did use our ARPA funds to open a new water plant last fall. That was a great project for us. Our water plant was very outdated. I think it was from the 1950s. So we had very hard water. And we recently opened our new plant and we're now able to give soft water between 150 and 170 is the rate where the soft water is. So we're very, very excited to be able to offer soft water to our residents now.
And wasn't ARPA also used for the Second Street
Yes,
water line?
yeah, I forgot about our city projects that we've got going on. We've got 138th Street, which is a road that goes near a high school that a lot of kids use to walk to and from school. It's never had sidewalks on it. It's very hilly. It's got big ditches. So we're redoing that road right now and it'll be part of our Complete Streets project, which means they'll have sidewalks and wider lanes and everything for that portion. And hopefully in the future, we'll be able to take that up to Kansas Avenue, but that's in 2 and 3 phases in the future. So right now we're focusing on that first phase near our school. And then we did use some ARPA funds for a water line project near the elementary school. And we're putting in some sidewalks around there and some sidewalks on another street nearby, also using this funding so that the kids that regularly use those areas to get to and from school can now do it a lot more safely on the sidewalks than they were using the roads.
Thank you, Amber. And then also I will use Amber as my go-to for information to make sure it's specifics if I get something incorrect. But one of the things that was talked about was the library. Quite a few years ago, Bonner Springs created its own library board, developed its own library. We do pass a mill levy that's incorporated in the city's mill levy. But part of the agreement that was made, and I don't know if that was made with USD 500 or the county itself, but to allow access to all of the residents of Wyandotte County to have access to the Wyandotte County or for the Bonner Springs Library to participate in programs, check out materials. That was part of the reason why we have someone on the library board, as well as we receive some funding from the USD 500 library board, is to help pay for that access from non-residents into our library. I know Mayor Kayard already talked a little bit about the sci-fi, so I won't beat on that horse, but I will tell you along that line of how impactful that can be, and such as we would be no different than that is the ad valorem taxes is the last thing you pursue when it comes to budget. And so anything that's coming in revenue for us helps us reduce that load we have to put on the property tax owners with ad valorem taxes. When I was here last time, I also talked about the importance of optics and about having the county have programs that they're sharing countywide. And looks like we potentially are moving forward with something new. I talked about the health department out there last time. We have something new that was basically really advocated by Commissioner Stites. And before I say too much, I'd rather have Commissioner Stites speak on it if he would, if that's okay.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I didn't know if that was going to be brought up tonight, but one of the things that we've all been hearing is about the delays and things that occur out when you get your vehicles registered at both locations. The length, the time, the annex out west, that parking is a problem. There's long lines that occur outside. So one of the things that I thought that might help us resolve that would be if we could look at a satellite location out in western Wyandotte County. Well, Bonner Springs just did their new city hall. So I approached them and asked them if there would potentially be some space that we could do a remote location. And I guess, and I don't know for sure about this part, but I guess we had to petition the state and ask them and get their permission that they would allow us to have another location. So and I don't want to get way down in the weeds because I don't know that I know all of the details, but it sounds like what we're going to try to do, a pilot program that's going to be operated maybe 2 days a week out there to see what type of response that we get and how many people come in, to be able to renew tags. So that we'll have a location out in Bonner Springs. And you know, it would be nice. I would like to see this happen sooner than later because it happens every month, right? People are going to try to renew their tags. So if we could figure out an agreement tonight, I'd love to see it happen tonight. And but I really do appreciate, we went out and did a walkthrough at Bonner City Hall with staff from the UG and Shelley and the rest of Andrea Vineyard. And we looked at multiple spaces inside the city hall, and they kind of found one that they landed on, and they like it and think that it's going to work. So I think this is going to be a benefit to all of Wyandotte County. And this is the kind of thing that I think that whenever we talk about what services do we get out in western Wyandotte County from the county side, this is one of them. So that's what I got.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Stites. And yes, we were excited when Commissioner Stites reached out to us and asked us about possibly hosting a location for, even if it's just for renewals, it will still benefit all the western Wyandotte County, both Bonner, Edwardsville, as well as the Piper area. So all the western parts of Wyandotte County. So with that, I might just real quickly just mention, we are coming into our summer season. So we put on a lot of community events during the course of the summer. And May 9th is it May 9th or 2nd, or Evening on Oaks?
Evenings on Oak is the second Thursday each month.
Okay, so
Second
it's,
Thursday evening.
okay, so second Thursday coming up here in May, we will start our Evening on Oak. And so we'll have food trucks and vendors. And so we invite all of you to come out if you would like to, and show Bonner a little love. So with that, I will stand for questions if you have any. Oh, well, we got a little time for Tiblo Days. It doesn't come along until the end of mid-August, end of August. So we got a little bit of time for that.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Kane has a question.
Just a comment. I just literally had staff reach out to someone that was having a problem at state getting their taxes redone or their tags redone. This should be huge for all of us because I think we could do it more than 2 days a week to take the pressure off 80th and State. So I think this is an outstanding idea, and as soon as possible, that'd be great. Thank you.
Well, I will say this, and your staff will probably be able to address some of those specifics, a little bit more in depth, but it's mainly for renewals at the current time. But any pressure we can take off from the other location will help facilitate.
Thank you. And that is a great idea with the satellite. I know that Mayor Harrington was involved in that conversation as well before he left out too. And I think that's how we led to some of the satellite facilities as well. Just to highlight some of the issues that led to the conversation with, especially after COVID. I know I've talked to our at-large commissioners about it in depth, about trying to find solutions for those that may be watching to ease some of the concerns folks have with trying to pay your taxes or get your tags renewed at our satellite facility out there at 82nd and State. The administrator and working with our CFO, they have a performance audit that's going to be done that's going to look at how we do business when we talk about our Treasury Department and that operation, and hopefully come up with some good solutions and recommendations that can really ease that congestion that a lot of our residents are seeing. So for those that may be watching, that has not gone unnoticed to this commission, to our staff, and we are looking for actionable solutions to make that process not as much as a hassle to get in and out of a facility, to be able to actually pay your taxes for those that we know want to do so. So are there any more questions for the mayor? All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you,
for having
mayors, for your time. Yeah, Commissioner Stites.
Mayor, I just want to say thank you for for putting this together, because we've been asking, for quite some time that we bring all counties. It's unfortunate that, Lake Rivera couldn't have been here. I'm not sure of the reason, but, I'm sure it was a good one. But, I, just getting things that we get to talk about that, just like, Commissioner Ramirez said, it took a little while, but then we finally get to drill down and find out what really does that mean, right? And that doesn't happen unless we have these set downs and talks about and what's going on. Because when we vote on a budget, we're voting on a budget for the entire county, and they are the rest of our county. So I thank you for that. I appreciate it. And thank you guys, and congratulations, Amber.
Thank you, Mr. Shines. Well, that's one of the commitments I made as mayor is, I have to be the mayor for the entire county. I kind of wear the hat of the KCK mayor, but I'm also the CEO of the county. So I have to make sure that our residents in Bonner, Edwardsville, and Lake Rivera, they have their representation. Lake Rivera, mayor isn't here, but for those of you that don't know, they do have a lot of events that go on out there. Myself, the administrator, I know some of our commissioners have gone and met with the new mayor there, as well as their city manager. And what I learned just going out there is that all the buildings to the north, so if you go into Lake Rivera, their gas station, their municipal office buildings, as well as their clubhouse, and really the bridge over the lake, and all the way out to the middle of the lake. And I think about 4, maybe 5 houses in Lake Rivera are actually, that is all Wyandotte County, and they pay property taxes to Wyandotte County. The other side of that going south, where most of the residentials are, that is in Johnson County. So they are a great partner. The mayor there has been engaged as much as he can be, and I know he wanted to be here tonight. But he does invite us out to come visit his small community. Every 4th of July, they have a huge 4th of July celebration with fireworks, a parade, and I know the sheriff has committed to get the sheriff's department more engaged with the parade they have. But I went last year and I was just really impressed, and it was almost standing room only for the amount of people that came out to watch the fireworks display and engage in the festivities. So, and it's open to anyone. I mean, so it's not a closed community like we think it is. And it's a very friendly and welcoming and warm community. And they really want to be more engaged and in tune what goes on in Wyandotte County, because they are a part of Wyandotte County. And that goes in line with the messaging that I'm trying to say, that, yeah, we're a unified government, but on top of that, we are essentially one Wyandotte. Kansas City, Kansas, Bonner Springs, Lake Rivera, and Edwardsville. We are one Wyandotte. We are one community, and the decisions we make impact everybody that loves and call our awesome county home. So thank you, mayors, for your time, and commissioners. I don't have any other business for tonight, and so prior to our commission meeting at 7 p.m. tonight, our full commission meeting, there's no further business. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call Lopez,
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll be adjourned till 7 p.m. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to your regular session of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas Full Board of Commissioners meeting. Today is April 24th, 2025. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some commissioners, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, by phone, or they're also on site. All participants joining by phone should please mute your phones when not speaking to avoid any background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, so the public that is observing knows exactly who's speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General's office. If public comments are allowed on the agenda item, please make sure that those comments are strictly related to the topic for discussion. And then also, please make sure that you talk at an audible level so that your comments can be captured for record by our clerk. Per the commission rules of procedure, and as the chair of this commission proceeding, I just have to note that disorderly conduct will not be tolerated, and that we need to make sure that we maintain the integrity of decorum for this body. I'll now call the meeting to order. Clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call. Lopez.
Here.
Stites. Davis.
Here.
Bynum. Here. Burrows.
Here.
Townsend.
Here.
Burns.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Hill.
Here.
Kane. Here. Garner.
Here, thank you. If we could all stand at this time, we're going to have an invocation given by Pastor Wakes, immediately followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. God, how we're grateful for this opportunity, Lord, to come together as citizens of this county. And we thank you, Father, for those who join us tonight. Pray, oh God, that you would guide us in our deliberations, be with our leaders as they continue, Lord, to allow you to use them to make those decisions that will benefit us as we glorify your name. Guide us in what we do tonight, and let it be a blessing to this city and to this county, that all that we do, Lord, will be beneficial, and that we'll give your name the glory and the praise. We pray this in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Wakes. Clerk, is there any revisions to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we have two revisions to the agenda. The first revision is to the consent agenda, item 6.1. We have added a notice of pending appointment. And under the administrator's agenda, item 9.5, we have substituted a resolution to clean up some typographical errors. Those are all the revisions.
Okay, thank you, Clerk. That takes us to the first item on the agenda. It's a report from our lobbyist for the Unified Government, Mr. Paul Davis. Ask him to come forward, and we'll turn the mic over to him so he can give us updates.
Thank you very much, Mayor and members of the commission. Pleased to be here. First thing I may note is in years past, I would not be here at this time in almost the end of April, telling you that the legislature has completely finished its business. And that is because the legislative session took on a little different timeframe this session, as legislative leadership decided to make it a true 90-day session instead of a 90-day session that is spread out over about 4 months. So it was a very different process for folks like me and the legislators who serve there, in a much more expedited process. And you can ask, there's lots of opinions about whether that is a good or a bad thing, but the legislature is done, and they've been done for about 2 weeks. In addition to the change in the length of the session, there was also a change in the process of the budgeting and appropriations. Going forward, the legislature plans to craft their own budget and use that budget as a starting point instead of working from the governor's budget, which has always been the way that they have traditionally done things. They convened a special legislative budget committee shortly after the election in 2024 and met several times and put together a budget that served as that baseline budget as they went through the appropriations process, but also utilized the recommendations that came from the governor's budget, which traditionally isn't released until about the first week of the session. Also going forward, they changed the process to kind of mirror what the federal government does, where the budget process starts off in the House and goes over to the Senate, where traditionally they have had a simultaneous process. And that also led to a bit of a hurried process. And the legislature ended up cutting the budget by, or enacting a 1.5% across the board cut in most executive branch agencies, or for a few exceptions to that. That applies into the next fiscal year. But the governor also line item 31 items, which is a record, and 15 of those items ended up being overridden by the legislature. So I know you have a memo before you, and I want to try to just kind of hit some of the important items in this memo. There are some parts of that are part of the legislator, our legislative agenda, and then some issues that are affect local governments, and I think are just of general interest. We tracked several dozen bills this year, and ended up providing testimony on 10 bills during the process. And I want to say a big thank you to those of you who came up to Topeka, talked to our legislative delegation. It really makes a big difference when elected officials from a community will come up to Topeka and visit with legislators. And I really appreciate all of you that did that. I also want to thank Alan Howes, who is a huge help in terms of when I call him and in the middle of a legislative session day and say, I've got this issue and we need an answer very quickly. He's always very responsive and helps kind of guide me through the process. So first and foremost, no secret that the World Cup is coming in 2026, and the legislature has appropriated some monies to assist the World Cup efforts. The second phase of that was approved during this session. It's a total of $28 million. One of the things that we have tried to get across, and I would urge all of you, as you may have conversations with our legislative delegation and any other state government officials, is that we really need this money to be focused on security needs and on transportation needs, because we're going to have a lot of those right here in Wyandotte County, with expectation of a base camp, and we need all the assistance that we can get in terms of the law enforcement that's going to have overtime and all of the things that are going to be needed in towards transportation and getting people around. But there's good news on that front. Medicaid expansion, I know, has been an issue that's been on our agenda. It's been talked about. It's been a huge priority of the governor. The legislature has seen it differently. There were several bills and several efforts to try to get Medicaid expansion moved forward, but none of those were successful during this session. We had a very good hearing on the earnings tax that I think got some additional attention, and while we're not successful in that issue, we do have some legislators that are paying attention to this, and I think that are starting to understand the perspective that we have here in Wyandotte County, and appreciate the mayor giving testimony on that. And I think that's going to be subject to certainly more discussion there. Infrastructure funding, obviously a very major issue for us with the bridge problems that we have. One thing I just want to note here is that the Build Kansas Fund was set up so that the state can help communities where a local match is needed on a federal grant. And that's really the purpose of that. It was a good thing that they did. There was an effort to try to take money out of the Build Kansas Fund. Unfortunately, that was not successful. But if we are able to land one of the grants that we're hoping to be able to land to help our bridge issues, the Build Kansas Fund can play a very big role in that, and we're going to need it too. Today, the governor signed into law, ceremonial sign-in, the child care expansion bill that she has been a big advocate for. It's going to establish an Office of Early Childhood Education and also changes a number of requirements around the licensing of child care facilities in hopes of being able to create more child care slots. That's a significant issue and hopefully one that will help us here in Wyandotte County. Star bonds, topic du jour, I guess. There was legislation to extend the sunset on star bonds statutes, and that currently expires late in 2026. There was an effort to try to extend that an additional 5 years. There were a number of amendments that got added on to the bill, and the bill ended up not going forward, but that will definitely be something that is going to be on the legislature's agenda next year, because if it doesn't get extended, then the Star Bonds program is really in question at that point. Public education. Next year is going to be a very big session for public education because there is a task force that is going to be presenting recommendations on changes to the school finance formula. And I think that this is something that we're going to need to watch very carefully in Wyandotte County because some of those changes that are being talked about are changes that would adversely affect the school districts that are here in Wyandotte County. So that's something that I would urge everyone to pay very careful attention to. We've always had very robust conversations about the legalization of marijuana and cannabis. There continue to be robust discussions at the legislature as well, but so far nothing has continued to move forward. And I think, as I've noted to you before, there is significant support for that in the legislature. There are some legislative leaders, though, that don't want to see that advance, and that's why it's not moving forward. There have continued to be some very significant discussions around SNAP. And those are going to definitely continue. There was another one today with an oversight committee that was formed. There was a bill that would prohibit the purchase of candy and soft drinks and associated items that may not be considered by some as healthy foods. And that bill was vetoed by the governor, and that veto ended up being sustained. But there will be a lot more discussion about SNAP. One of the items on our legislative agenda has been the creation of a riverfront authority. Senator Haley has championed that bill, which actually is a little bit different from a riverfront authority. It's actually a port authority. That bill came very close to passing last session. This session, it got some movement, but ultimately did not pass. In some discussions that I've had with our economic development director and others, I think that this is something that we may want to kind of take another look at before we put our agenda together for the 2026 session. Many of you may have been aware that there was an effort to either seriously cut back or to eliminate the housing tax credit program, LIHTC, that would have a substantial effect on ongoing projects here and future projects. There was a very lengthy debate and discussion about what was going to happen there, whether the program would be completely eliminated or whether there would be a cap that would be put in. This was really in response to an audit that suggested that this was going to be very costly for the state over a long-term point in time. Ultimately, the House and the Senate could not get on the same page on this issue, and so the program is still in effect as it was before, but that will also be discussed next year, without a doubt. Quindera Ruins, there were both bills in both the House and the Senate that introduced that would provide an appropriation of $600,000 for the creation of a master plan for Quindera Ruins. As all of you know, that is something that we have been looking at here at the UG. Ultimately, the legislature decided not to move forward with an appropriation at this time, but they did set up a task force that will have some appointments from legislative leadership, and then there are also several appointments for the UG as well. That may be a bridge to being able to get some funding in future years, but this is an issue that is definitely of interest for a number of legislative leaders, and especially with the passing of former Representative Marvin Robinson. On the local government issues that are kind of after the issues that relate to our legislative agenda, I just want to highlight a couple of these. This legislature spent a great bit of time talking about property taxes, and I think there was an expectation that there might be some significant property tax legislation passed at the end of the day, and that did not occur. There was a bill that was signed into law that eliminates the 1.5 mill, statewide mill that is used mainly for construction at state universities and community colleges. And that money is then backfilled by money from the state general fund. But that's all that really ended up happening in terms of property tax relief. That discussion is going to be ongoing and definitely coming back next year. There were different approaches that were taken in the House and the Senate, and they ultimately were not able to reconcile those approaches. What did happen, and I don't think it was necessarily expected that was going to pass because of property tax issue dominating, was a bill that has largely been championed by the Kansas Chamber that will ratchet down income tax rates over a period of time as funds are available to do that. It's not an automatic reduction. There has to be certain things that are in place for that to occur. There was a bill that was introduced by the Kansas Bankers Association, really in an effort to try to get local units of government to put more of their money in Kansas banks. This was originally opposed by cities and counties. Later, after a lot of negotiation, was a compromise that was reached. And I think it really seems to have different effects for different cities and counties, but is something that I know Shelley is certainly familiar with and is going to be looking at carefully. There are a number of bills dealing with the Open Records Act. There have been a couple of organizations that are trying to be able to ratchet down the fees that they have to pay when they make open records requests. These are organizations typically that make a lot of requests, and I know this was something that was of concern to our legal department. Ultimately, there ended up being a number of compromises that were reached on this, and I think that most people felt that these were bills that we could live with. There is a Municipal Whistleblower Act that has become law now that mirrors essentially the protections that are provided to state employees. There is a fast track permitting bill that also passed that really just deals with permits for single family residential homes. It was broader in its original form, but was changed as it went through the process. One of the things that's very significant for the health department is a bill that was passed, vetoed by the governor, and the governor's veto was overridden, and it prohibits local health officers from banning public gatherings to control the spread of infectious diseases. Something that's obviously, if we have another pandemic, is going to have a pretty significant effect on what local health departments are going to be able to do. Another bill that we got involved with and were fortunately successful in having the governor veto, and that veto sustained, was a bill that would give the Attorney General authority over class action lawsuits that we would enter into as a local government unit. Essentially, the Attorney General would have a veto power over a lawsuit that we entered into. And as a fundamental issue of local control, obviously, the League of Municipalities and lots of local governments were pretty vocal about that. One of the last bills that passed, I think it may have been the very last bill that went across the floor, was a bill that would create incentives for data centers. And obviously an issue that is of local interest here. And that bill did pass and has been, I believe, signed into law by the governor. There's another bill out there that a lot of local units of government have been very concerned about, that would strip the ability of local governments to regulate what are called no impact home-based businesses. And there's a legislator in Johnson County that has been really championing this effort. And the bill did pass the House, but it didn't go much farther after that. So probably another issue that is going to be back next year. There was a bill that would mandate that all Kansas employers, which would include governmental units, use the federal E-Verify system. That bill actually never did even get out of committee. It's been talked about certainly a number of times over the years. One bill I also wanted to just draw your attention to, Senate Bill 66, just because it affects all of you. There has been some efforts to change the requirements in terms of the substantial interest forms that all of you have to fill out, I think on a yearly basis. And the original proposal was quite broad, including, distant relatives. That bill did not pass. I don't know whether that issue is coming back or not, but that's something that we watch pretty carefully. And lastly, there was a bill that seeks to bar undocumented individuals from receiving any state or local public benefits. And obviously, what is a public benefit is something that is up to interpretation. That bill did not pass as well, but probably an issue that will come back later on. But those are just, I think, some of the highlights that I wanted to put before you, and would be happy to entertain any questions that anybody has.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Davis.
All right.
Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Okay, that takes us to the next item on the mayor's agenda. Clerk, I believe that there's several proclamations. Can you read those?
Yes, Mayor. First proclamation, now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim April 10 through 12, 2025 as the Kansas City Golden Globes 90th weekend in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Proclamation, now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim April 25th, 2025 as Arbor Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Final proclamation, now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim April 27, 2025 as First African Methodist Episcopal Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you. That takes us to our regular consent agenda. Do any members of the commission or county administrator wish to set aside any item on the regular consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on by one vote.
Okay, move for approval.
Okay, we've got one question. Commissioner Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to remove the turf council appointment. Everything else I'm good with. If you would amend your motion, Commissioner.
Okay, clerk, you set that to.
Thank
Okay,
you so much. I'll second that.
there's a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Lopez.
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum. Aye. Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a set aside. Clerk, you want to read that?
This is a notice of pending appointment. Notice of pending appointment, Board Position Turf Committee, incumbent replaced Andrew Davis. Term expiration 4/16/2025. Request for appointment, name of new appointment, Tom Burrows, term of office, December 2025.
Okay. Commissioner, if you want to make some comments?
Yeah, this is quite a surprise considering everything else we have here on the agenda. I just wanted, Mayor, if you would just provide some context or reasoning as to why we've not had any conversation about this. I've been pretty consistent with our one-on-ones. This conversation on removing me has not come up. And so if you don't mind, we'd just love to hear reasoning behind it.
Yeah, sure. Most of my appointments, I have allowed other people to take swap out. You being my appointment on the turf board. One communication issue that I have is when we talked about the T-Bone Stadium, Monarch Stadium, and that's what the turf covers. I guess as you being my appointment, one matter of concern for me was the move to take funds away from the turf board and apply them to the parks. And the turf, as we know, is used, and past commissioners had voted to approve those monies to basically help maintain the Monarch Stadium, which we own and which we're obligated to take care of. And so I had not heard or had that communication with you. You had not relayed that information to me at all. That is new to me. That was very concerning to me, especially after we had talked about the Monarch Stadium. And so as a result, you being my appointment, I have to have confidence that I can have an open line of channel of communication with all my appointments to get the accurate information I need to remain the confidence in these various positions of individuals that I appoint to various committees and task force and things like that. And so that was troubling for me. Commissioner Burrows just so happened to be in the room, and I know you initially had taken on that appointment because I believe no one else wanted it. And Commissioner Burrows was willing, and so I thought it was, since I had swapped out a lot of my other appointments on several task force as of such, that that was one that I thought would be appropriate. So, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. It would have been nice to have been given the courtesy of that. I just want to give some background and then talk about what actually has happened. And I am going to call on our counsel, Ms. Green here, who actually is our legal representation on the Turf Council. So for those of you that are unaware, the unified government has an arrangement with formerly the T-Bones, now the Kansas City Monarchs. A part of our arrangement requires that the Kansas City Monarchs make payments to the unified government in exchange for having the ability to perform their duties and run their operations at the stadium. The Monarchs were behind, and counsel, please correct me if I'm wrong. The Monarchs were behind in payments. Do we know how much and for how long?
This is Wendy Green with the legal department. Not off the top of my head, no, I don't know the amount. I don't have that in front of me. I want to say it was for 2 years.
2 years. Just want everybody to hear that. 2 years they were behind. Mayor, if you recall in our conversations in our one-on-one, I did express my frustration. I expressed my desire to recover those funds. And the reason why we never had a conversation about the taking or the reallocating of dollars from Legends Field or Legends Stadium is because it wasn't needed. The word got out to the Monarchs, I'm assuming, that this proposal was going to become public, that this body was going to see it, and magically what has been hard to get for 2 years appears. And now we are getting, or at the very least have been close to made whole since my conversation with our county administrator. And so, Mayor, the reason why you did not hear that, or we didn't talk about it, was because it was not necessary. There was no conversation that needed to happen. I didn't prepare to discuss it today because no harm, no foul. We've been made whole and we can move forward with it. And so I'm still struggling with why I would support retribution for holding a body that has done business with the unified government accountable. That, to me, to ask me to vote on that doesn't make a lot of sense. I also want folks to be aware, since we are talking about the work of the TURF Committee and the TURF Council, what the TURF is. So the TURF stands for T-Bone's Unrestricted Fund. It's made up of 5 members, a commissioner, a representative from the Monarchs, the Parks Board Chair, the Wyco Parks Foundation Chair, and then the Parks Director. I, as Commissioner, do not make any unilateral moves on that council. We have to vote. It is a consensus of the council to arrive at a decision. Since I've been appointed since 2022, we've been able to do work that, quite frankly, was not done prior to my arrival. Prior to my arrival, we didn't have bylaws. Now we have bylaws. Prior to my arrival, we didn't have a vice chair. Now we have a vice chair. There are other amazing things that we have been able to do in the past 3 years, including investing in a bridle trail signage out west, the Jersey Creek basketball court not too far from here, and most recently, which you all are aware of, the Strawberry Hill playground that is currently being built. TURF dollars were used to make those investments. Now, why am I saying that? None of those projects are in my district. None of them. Could I have pushed and prodded and tried to use my influence? I could have. You can go and check all the meeting notes. But I've served honorably in this role. And it's unfortunate that year after year after year, we're in our 4th year now, and there's these surprises. There's these rumors of you're going to use the funds for whatever with no evidence at all. And so I will not be supporting this. I urge my colleagues not to support it. Mayor, if you had an issue, my number has not changed. We could have talked this offline, and you have chastised us for not talking with you. And I'm disappointed. And I hope the optics of this is not what it is, but I just want you all to think through what the optics are. Commissioner holds the Monarchs accountable, then that commissioner is removed from that council. You tell me, given the history of our community, how that looks. I will not be voting for this. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I wouldn't expect you to. Again, it's not about the work you've done. Appreciate all the work you've done. I think you've done an admirable job. Again, you're my appointment. The issue that came to light is what wasn't said is there was a proposal to bring forward something to a standing committee, yours in particular, to divert the funds from the turf board to parks. I had a problem with that, just like you have my number. I have your number. I had talked to you. You did not communicate that to me in any type of way. And to me, I had a problem with that. I had a serious problem with that because I believe we briefly talked about parks and the turf, and that was never mentioned that that was your goal or what you were trying to do, and you had that opportunity. And again, I have to have some level of confidence in our bridge of communication on things that are going to have a profound impact on our partners. Now, yes, I, along with you, supported holding, and I continue to hold all our business partners and our vendors and anybody that the unified government does accountable to the expectations, not just of this body, but for the people of Wyandotte County. And I supported everybody paying their fair share. I've done that from day one. The problem isn't so much as that, is that we know we own that property. There are infrastructure needs that are known to all of us, or should be known to all of us. When you talk about the Monarchs, that's a huge investment that the taxpayers of Wyandotte County made when we had to buy that facility from the T-Bones. And I want to make sure it's maintained. And so that's the concern that I had. And I felt, just looking at all my other appointments and committees, there's nothing wrong with getting a fresh eyes when we look at things, and a new voice to kind of look at how we're doing things and how these relationships are taking place with our neighbors here in Wyandotte County. And so I don't know if that information and those communications went on with the Monarchs. There's no indication that that occurred from you to them as to the diversion of those dollars, or at least the requests or the bridge that was taking place. And so, again, with all due respect, as being my appointment, as I expect of all my appointments, just making sure that we're straightforward and honest, and that all that information is brought forward to me out of respect for me allowing you the privilege of representing the unified government in that capacity on the turf board. So thank you. Commissioner King.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel very odd about this. Never seen it in the 20 years I've been here. And I would rather that you two go back to the drawing board and sit down and discuss one-on-one, nose to nose, toes to toes, scream my hell if that's what it takes. But I'd rather see it go to that than come to a vote and make us pick a side.
Motion?
That's a motion.
Okay, I will accept that motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second.
Nose to nose, nose to nose.
You and him sit down and have a man-to-man, nose to nose, toes to toes, get it on, brother, whatever it takes.
Build the parking lot.
I think that's a better way to do it than do it.
Let me read. The motion out there is that we not take action, that we go back to the drawing board, you maintain your position, and then we work out this dynamic ourselves in a private meeting between us.
That works for me.
Okay? I have a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Motion carries.
All right. Thank you. That takes us to the standing committee's agenda. We have one item. Clerk, can you read that?
Sure. Item 8.1, resolution for Kansas State Historic Preservation Office Historic Preservation Fund Grant. Approval of a resolution to apply for the no-match Historic Preservation Fund Grant. This item was scheduled to appear before the Administration and Human Services Committee, chaired by Commissioner Bynum, on April 21, 2025. It was requested and approved unanimously by the committee to fast-track this item to the April 24, 2025 Board of Commissioners meeting.
Okay. This item was heard by the Administration and Human Services Standing Committee, chaired by Commissioner Bynum, on Monday, April 21st, 2025. Commissioner Bynum, if you can make some remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. Very simple and straightforward. It's a no-match grant for the opportunity for our unified government to make application to the State Historic Preservation Fund. This would be for the purpose of developing design guidelines for our historic downtown. It was approved unanimously and fast-tracked. Motion to approve.
Dave,
please.
second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Motion carries.
Thank you, Clerk. takes us to the administrator's agenda. We have several items on the administrator's agenda. Clerk, can you read the first one?
Item 9.1, resolution memorandum of understanding with Plumbers Local Number 8. Adoption of a resolution authorizing the county administrator to execute a memorandum of understanding between the unified government and the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America, St. Louis, Kansas City Carpenters Regional Council.
Kane, move for approval.
Bynum, second.
All right, before I accept those motions for approval, clerk, do you have, I'm sorry, County Administrator Johnson, do you have any remarks?
Just brief remarks. We entered into negotiations. They went smoothly, and what you have before you are the results of those negotiations.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion and second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows. Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, that takes us to our next item. Clerk, can you read that?
Item 9.2, resolution memorandum of understanding with International Union of Painters and Allied Trade, District Council Number 3, adoption of a resolution authorizing the county administrator to execute the following memorandum of understanding between the unified government and the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America, St. Louis, Kansas City Carpenters Regional Council.
Kane, move for approval.
Davis, second.
Okay, before I accept those motions, County Administrator, you have some remarks?
As we mentioned with the last item, we negotiated in good faith with this union, and they went smoothly. And what you have before you is the results of that negotiation.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Lopez.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Clerk, can you take us to read the next item, please?
Next item, 9.3, ordinance approving execution of second amended and restated Star Bond project plan for the American Royal. Two-phase project of 2 items for this agenda item, a public hearing and approval of an ordinance authorizing the execution of the second amended and restated Northwest Speedway Star Bond District Star Bond Financing Project Plan.
Okay, thank you. Clerk, for the record, could you please make a note that Commissioner Stites has advised me of his intention to recuse himself due to a professional conflict of interest?
Will this be for all the American Royal items?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So this topic is covering the American Royal, and I'll turn it over to our County Administrator, David Johnson, for some opening remarks.
As all of you have been involved in this issue for at least a year, and it's come to this point. So you're well versed with the issues on this item. We're going to turn it over to our Economic Development Director, Chelsea Chisholm, to give a brief overview, and our bond counsel to give any other clarifying remarks. And we also have our other counsel from Stinson subbing for our Economic Development Council, who's out of the country having a good time. So we have the next best thing from the firm, Anna. I don't remember her last name, so it's Anna. And but she's been part of the team through this project. I know that. She's been at all the meetings. And we'll also have opportunities for the Royal team to talk as well. And I'm sure we'll have, during the public hearing, the public to be able to voice their opinion, their comments as well. So Chelsea Chisholm, please start us off, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, members of the commission. Chelsea Chisholm, Economic Development Director. So tonight we have several items for the American Royal project. We'll have 2 public hearings. So we'll have the ordinance considering the Star Bond project plan. a resolution on the creation of a community improvement district, and another resolution approving the amended and restated redevelopment agreement. So kind of overview for this evening, we've got representatives with the American Royal, Walt George, he's the chairman of the board of directors for American Royal, Jackie McClaskey, the president and CEO, and then we have Corb Maxwell with Polzanelli representing the American Royal. So we'll have representatives from the American Royal starting the presentation. Anna will be kind enough to review terms of the development agreement, comparison to the original agreement from 2017 to the current proposed agreement for your consideration. I'll cover the financial impact, and then Mr. Wimpy here will cover some action items for tonight, the Starbond project plan and future items before we open those public hearings on the Starbond project plan and the creation of a community improvement district. So Mr. George, Jackie, if you'd like to come up, thank you.
Walt George, Chair of the American Royal. I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak with you again. My comments are going to be very brief. I would like to take a minute to recognize that we have a number of board members present here this evening, and we have a number of friends of the Royal who are with us as well. As we have spoken in times before, the American Royal is a mission-driven, not-for-profit, and our explicit purpose is to champion food and agriculture. In our new campus, we will become the leader with a focus on events, education, and engagement. Never have people been so detached from where their food comes from. We talked about that a couple of weeks ago when we were here. And our vision is to change that. Our vision is that for generations to come, we're educated on food and agriculture as a people. Today, as you know, the American Royal resides in the West Bottoms, and we are landlocked in our efforts to grow and expand and achieve that mission. But who we are today, we're a global destination. We have people from 15 countries that visit us every year. We have participants from 48 different states. Our current economic impact is on the Kansas City area is about $86 million, and I want you to remember that number. And we have just over 400,000 participants that come and participate in our events and our engagements, and I want you to remember that number. What we're most proud of are our Royal Scholars, and in fact, before coming here this evening, several of us had dinner with our new Royal Scholars, who are students in agriculture, working on their agricultural careers. And as you can see, last year, we distributed almost $700,000 in scholarships. As we've talked about, why Wyandotte County, why Kansas, and food and agriculture? Well, nearly 50% of the U.S. agriculture is grown and cultivated and harvested within a 500-mile radius of Kansas City, of Wyandotte County. There are 31 land-grant universities within a day's drive of here. So we are the front door of agriculture, and we should embrace that. We believe in that. The agriculture highway runs right down I-70. So how do we get there? Our campus will be the nation's premier place for events and engagements. It's significant to note that we are a year-round venue, not a seasonal venue. So we will have people coming in and out all year round. Education is a driving component for us. We will be building an 80,000 square foot education and engagement center that will be part of our campus, where people will learn intentionally and unintentionally. about food and agriculture. We will lead and influence with an uncompromised voice because we are a nonprofit. This is a small graphic of what the campus will look like, and I'm not going to spend time clearing it. I know many of you have seen it, but I do want to highlight a couple of things. First is the barn and exhibition hall is just under 400,000 square feet. And that's 400,000 square feet of conditioned space. It's air conditioned in the summer, it's heated in the winter, it has a concrete floor, and it will be available for exhibitions of all types and all natures. The closest facilities of this size are in Chicago and in Dallas. So that brings a unique capability to Wyandotte County. Overall, our campus will be just at 1 million square feet, and that will include the arenas and the outdoor arenas and the engagement center. I want to talk a little bit about this chart, and to set it up, you see where our complex is, and then all of that red is a development district that is owned by our neighbors to the north and to the east of us. And I want to make 3 points about that. First point is I want to remind you of the interdependence of the development of these sites. This is a very important night for us. And as we can get our project back on track, it's very important to our neighbors because with your approval tonight for us, they can activate their plans. And so what does that mean? If you look at all of that red in that area, those are jobs. That's going to be developed into multi-use areas. It's going to be association headquarters. There are plans for an innovation district. So those are jobs for Wyandotte County. We've had a lot of discussion around sales tax. And we confirmed at our last meeting that the American Royal has an offset in our plan for the revenue at Plaza the Speedway. But I want to go a little bit deeper into that because what we haven't talked about is our development agreement contemplates that the STAR bonds that will retire, the sales tax that will retire our STAR bonds only considers our facility. If we could estimate what the sales tax is in all of that red area that will come, it will accelerate the settling of and redemption of those bonds much faster than what we could do just on our own. So I think those are important points to make around that chart. And so what I want to do is I'm going to stop here and I'm going to ask Jackie McClaskey, our CEO and president, to come up and talk just briefly about where we're going, and then we'll talk a little bit about numbers and then be available for any questions.
Mayor, members of the commission, my name is Jackie McClaskey, and I have the honor of serving as the president and CEO of the American Royal. And I'm just going to go through 2 slides with you today. And this one is the one that really tells the story about the impact that we're going to make. You heard about the numbers we had in 2024, 412,000 attendee days were created, $86 million economic impact. I've been asked by a few of you over time, why has this project changed or how has this project changed since 2017? And what you've seen in that layout is that we learned we originally were looking at something that was going to allow us to basically just keep doing the same thing. And doing the same thing wasn't sufficient. So we went and spent time traveling all over the country, going to every event center, looking at places and what they did, the programs they had, the things that they had. And we also met with a lot of people who were looking for a new home for their events. And they said, for us to be able to move to Kansas City, here's the kind of things that we need. And that's what the plan we have today represents. It represents growth for current American Royal events, but more importantly, it allows for the growth and the attraction of new events that come to Kansas City. So when you look at this chart, we're talking about changing the number of events that we do, the number of event days that we hold, and most importantly, the number of people that will be attracted to the area. So as you look at the total attendance bar, those white bars indicate the growth of our current events, the things that we're doing today. How does our rodeo grow? How does our livestock show grow? How do our educational programs that we do today grow? But those red bars represent what's new. Things that we can attract to Kansas City that aren't here now to bring more people and more growth. And we believe that by 20 years in, over 2 million attendee days will be created. And I say we believe, but that has been confirmed in a third-party study that those are the kind of things that we're going to attract. Let me give you one very relevant example from today of how growth can occur. The last 3 days, we have held at the American Royal our youth rodeo and our field trips. And if you ever want to be sparked with energy, you should come see 1,700 third and fourth graders or elementary school students who get to watch 8 through 18-year-olds in a rodeo arena do what they do, and they're learning about food and agriculture. They spend the morning talking to people throughout the food and agricultural industry. We had 4,300 elementary school students in our building the last 3 days. An important number to you all is that nearly 1,700 of those students came from Wyandotte County. They represented 14 elementary schools in Wyandotte County, 15 elementary schools in Wyandotte County, and 14 of those that came from USD 500. So we have a program now that's attractive to students that are growing up in Wyandotte County, but it happens once a year. 3 days, we get them in, they do all of these things, and that's fine. And with our limited number of days of engagement in our current space that we have where we're a leaser, we can't really grow that. In this facility, we can have elementary school students on our site every week of the year. We can be inviting not only elementary school students, but middle school students and high school students, and expanding what right now is a great program and a lot of people enjoy into a really impactful, meaningful, strategic program. So if you think about everything we do, that's what makes that maroon bar grow. We grow today's events and then create new events that are going to attract students and young people and people from all over the country who are going to come here, but they're also going to provide every week experiences for Wyandotte County students to learn about food and agriculture and perhaps choose a career that there are going to be a lot of opportunities for them in the future. All of that said, it creates a huge economic impact. One of the things that the third-party study showed is that for every dollar spent by our visitors, and of course, you know, the elementary school students today may not have spent a lot, but they were leaving with shirts and some were leaving with belt buckles and some were leaving with fun things like that. But when you look at our bigger events and the people who come in and spend money, about 45 cents of every dollar will not be even spent in our district. So while we're talking about attracting those Star Bond eligible dollars and the sales tax spent on our property, there's also going to be money being spent and turning into sales tax revenue immediately. And all of that together is going to create a big economic impact. You heard Wald earlier talk about $86 million. Well, when you grow from 400,000 visitors to 2 million visitors, that economic impact moves from $86 million to $526 million. A very meaningful economic impact that's going to bring economic activity into Wyandotte County every week of the year. And that's what we're really excited about. And to do that, we are building a facility that we are budgeting at $375 million. And that budget, that slide shows you two things. Shows you on the left where those expenses are, and it shows you how that money is being spent and what that budget is made up of. On the right, it shows you where those funds are coming from. So what we are asking for is the support for $155 million in Star Bonds, and my friend Corb, always dangerous to call your lawyer your friend, but my friend Corb is going to come up after I am, and he's going to walk through those numbers a little bit more to help you show that. But I wanted to make sure that you understood that where those other funds are coming from. First of all, we have worked hard, and we will not stop looking for additional public funds that come from outside of Wyandotte County to help drive this project. The public funds we've had today come from 3 sources. One is a Kansas Department of Transportation Economic Development Grant. A second part of those is a base grant that came from the ARPA funds. And I know some of that has been discussed because those funds did come with a timeline, which also led us to needing to get that money spent, which explains some of our decision to move in to our activity in the past. And the third part of that was actually a federal grant that came from HUD. And we are working with them to get that grant finalized and to work through that process right now so we can bring those dollars here into Wyandotte County as well. The remaining funds are private. Those are funds that are being supported by basically 3 different groups: the Friends and Family of the American Royal, Kansas City civic leaders, and those who want to support growing philanthropic efforts in Kansas City. And the third group is the food and agricultural industry, who know and see this as something that it is, which is unique and doesn't exist anywhere else in the country. What we're doing is one of a kind. And yes, it is not a simple project. It is complex. It is not an inexpensive project, but it is something that no one else is doing and is not only going to bring in a major impact to Wyandotte County, but is going to have an impact on the entire face of food and agriculture. So with that, I'm going to turn you all over to Corb.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Walt, Mayor, members of the commission, Corb Maxwell, Pulcinelli Firm. And I always get excited hearing from Jackie and Walt talk about this project, and the energy of the whole Royal organization is always impressive. But we know the reason that we're here, the reason we've been negotiating this, the reason this has taken so long is this has some quirks from the original times we approved this and the negotiation that we've had. And that has really been about Plaza at the Speedway and about the sales tax involved in Plaza at the Speedway. And the requirement that is in the Star Bond law that the state will put in its sales tax, but the local government has to put in their sales tax. And when we approved this project previously, back in 2017, Plaza at the Speedway at that time had already been approved and committed, the sales tax from that, to a local tax increment financing project that had been put together to deliver Plaza at the Speedway. And as we brought forward this project this time, the state was very clear in its mandate to all of us that the sales tax from Plaza at the Speedway needed to go into this project. We tried, all of us discussed that in many different ways, and there is no way around that. The only way this moves forward is with the sales tax from Plaza at the Speedway being put into the project. But even with that happening, there are substantial benefits from Plaza at the Speedway that will flow to the unified government. The first is we will only collect sales tax above a base. That base is approximately 162 million that will be set. That base, all of the sales tax below that, creates $3 million a year that is not in the current unified government budget that will flow to the unified government every single year for 20 years that this Star Bond exists. There is also going to be freed up property taxes that are going to flow into the city and county and schools budgets and others when that TIF is extinguished. But beyond those baseline components of Plaza at the Speedway, what we have tried to do in this slide and talk to this commission about is what are the differences? I think a commissioner asked me last time, what would be the difference if this project didn't happen or it did happen? And what this slide tries to do is go through point by point by point, what is the difference if this project happens versus doesn't happen? And what the end of the day story is that between collected taxes, uncollected taxes, payments that we will make to the unified government, additional economic development that the Royal creates, all the things that Jackie talked about that bring visitors and have people shop outside of the Star Bond District, have people shop inside the Star Bond District, and there's components that of sales tax percentages that we don't collect that go to EMS and go to public safety. When you add up all of those things, plus that we will pay a BPU pilot on all of the American Royal facility, the end of the day is that in gross dollars, the unified government is $37.5 million better to the good for doing the American Royal project. It is a positive financial to your balance sheet. It adds to your income statement. Just from a pure dollars and cents standpoint, beyond all of the other civic things we've talked about, beyond what it means for the schools, beyond what it means for the things we do in the community, you will be better from a financial standpoint based on the negotiations that we have had and discussed. I'm of course happy to go into more detail if any of commissioners have questions, but I know we talked about this a few weeks ago, and I wanted to get that up. One new slide from our discussion last week was another question being asked of what are we getting? How is it working? And it goes back to fundamental economic development. Economic development at the local level is about leverage. It's about taking $1 of local taxes, investing those into projects, and figuring out how many other sources are you creating leverage with? What private dollars are you bringing in? What other public dollars are you bringing in? What other state dollars are you bringing in? What federal dollars are you bringing into your community that wouldn't happen if this project wasn't there? And so what I wanted to do was show this slide that looks at it before we negotiated so vigorously on the payments that the American Royal is going to make between a $5 million origination fee and a $1.3 million annual payment every year that the Star Bonds exist. Before that, you have a graph that shows a quote unquote normal Star Bond project. When you look at our $375 million project that Jackie laid out, you have approximately 56% of it that is private contribution. You have 32% of it that is coming from the state. Why? State has a 6.5% sales tax rate. The local has approximately a 2%. The state is investing substantially more than Wyandotte County. The other public funds, that's about 3%. That's what Jackie was talking about between the base and the federal government. And then you have the UG putting in approximately 9% of the project. The UG's revenues are approximately 9% of the project. But that's where we started the negotiation. That's not where we ended. What happens where we ended? 8% of it moves from the UG's column over into the private column. Why? Those payments that we're making, that moves it up, that the private side is now 64 and the UG's side is approximately 1%. 1% is what the UG is investing after all of the work of this development agreement. And so that's leverage, commissioners, mayor. That is you leveraging the power of this body, the power of Star Bonds, the tools we have in this state, and the tools that we bring from this community to bring real economic development to this community at a very, very, very reasonable price. With that, we appreciate the time, the attention, all of the work that has gone into this. It's been our honor to work with you in this. We think we have come up with an incredible project and program, and we look forward to getting this project back on track with all of your support tonight. We thank you. Mayor will, of course, stand for any questions that any commissioners or you would have through this process, and all of us will be available.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. This is the first of, I believe, several phases, a public hearing and approval of an ordinance authorizing execution of the second amended and restated Northwest Speedway Star Bond District Star Bond Financing Project Plan. I'm going to ask our legal counsel to provide some background for the items, to clarify procedures for the commission and the public as it pertains to our voting.
Thank you. This is Wendy Green with the legal department. And for that, I'm going to turn to our outside counsel. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Good evening, commissioners. Anna Karstelich Winstonson at 1201 Walnut in Kansas City, Missouri. I am standing in for Todd LaSala tonight, so I have big shoes to fill. We did discuss this project just a couple of weeks ago, so I'll just give a high-level overview of the differences between the existing agreement and the proposed agreement that's before you tonight. So the project has grown substantially. Got a much bigger project with larger spaces. You also have a new festival grounds concept that is contemplates a 120-acre festival grounds west of North 118th Street. This is an option, it's not a requirement, but if developer does build it, the UG does require a non-compete agreement for the Azura Amphitheater, and the UG will also need to approve a final development plan for those festival grounds. The barbecue contest will be held exclusively in Wyandotte County during the life of the agreement. That is the same as the prior agreement. The star bond request has grown. In the original agreement, it was $80 million of star bonds for a $165 million project, now seeking $155 million for a $375 million project. With the festival grounds, however, the project would be $450 million. This does contemplate a private placement initially with the Royals' friends and family, which means less risk to the UG and its credit rating. But the DA does contemplate a public sale later after completion of the project, once there's some visitation and sales history. In the original agreement, the UG did not contribute the local sales taxes from Plaza at the Speedway as Corb addressed, but the law has changed. So now the local portion does need to be contributed. However, there are mitigating factors in the $5 million origination fee, as well as the annual payments. That will be approximately $1.3 million during the life of the star bonds. CID, that has always been included. It's just now a larger number, and it's intended to be to address the difference between star bond proceeds and the desired amount. Well, actually, I apologize. The CID cap that's identified in the agreement is $30 million. And the public-private ratio is 50-50 on the first 100 million of star bonds. And then after that, it aggregates to 42.5% public investment. The prior agreement was 50-50 across the board. The prior agreement had no annual payment concept, and now we do have the annual payment concept that we addressed, along with the $5 million issuance or the origination fee. And then the UG would have a subcommittee that would decide how those funds would be used, and they would be for economic development or infrastructure or other purposes beneficial to the UG. And I'd be happy to answer any questions specific to the development agreement as well.
You can hold questions as we go through the process. And I know several of our commissioners will have questions, so thank you. At this time, does this complete the presentation? Okay, I believe we have someone else.
Thank you, Mayor. Chelsea Chisholm, Economic Development Director. So I know we've covered a lot of financial information this evening. There are a lot of iterations, various numbers. I just want to emphasize the American Royals had two different consultants perform feasibility studies. Both of those consultants arrived at a 15-year where those bonds would pay off. The numbers I'm going to cover here contemplate 20 just for the most conservative approach with the financial impact. In addition, all of these feasibility studies don't contemplate any additional development occurring in the Star Bond District. The current proposed development agreement contains language that speaks to master planning of the surrounding property that will help inform commercial development within the Star Bond District in order to ensure the success of the Star Bond project and performance of bonds. We actually have one of those property owners here tonight. So as far as financials, in the event the bonds pay off in years. So as previously stated, there's a $5 million origination fee that would be paid to the unified government upon the private issuance of bonds. There's also $1.3 million annually in payments. Over 20 years, that would total $25 million. On Plaza at the Speedway, because the TIF district will be terminated, we will see approximately $500,000 a year in property taxes, or over the course of 20 years, a little over $10 million. There is an increment of sales taxes from Plaza at the Speedway. The base year will be moved from 2013 to 2016 to correspond with the creation of the Star Bond District for 2016. So what the unified government will see from Plaza at the Speedway sales taxes is 2.8 million. Over 20 years, that's over $57 million total. There's also a dedicated EMS, 0.25%. That's approximately 500,000 a year, or approximately 10 million over 20 years. And then the BPU pilot payments, that increases over time. On average, it's approximately 120,000 a year, or 2.4 million over 20 years. So over 20 years, collectively, $110 million. Annually, it's $5.3 million. The UG's contribution from that increment from Plaza at the Speedway annually is about $2.3 million. Over 20 years, $46 million. So the total project benefit to the UG, in terms of these numbers we just covered, $63 million. And the annual benefit to the unified government is over $3 million. So on the screen here, this chart, it attempts to show a one-year snapshot of Plaza at the Speedway revenues. So there does seem to be a misconception that the American Royal proposal continues to utilize 100% of the Plaza revenues. So the termination of the TIF will result in immediate positive cash flow to the unified government. Using the most recent data from 2024, the immediate impact at the Plaza at the Speedway will be 3.3 million, made up of approximately 500,000 of property tax revenues and 2.8 million of increased sales tax revenues, which represents the difference in what the TIF captures and what the Star bonds will capture. Another topic that has been brought up are property taxes. So in 2024, the American Royal paid approximately $270,000 in property taxes. Property taxes will increase in 2025 due to additional construction that has occurred. The American Royal will continue to pay property taxes until they move their operations into Kansas and file with the Board of Tax Appeals, who will then make a determination on their tax status. If BOTA determines that they are not tax exempt, the current development agreement prohibits the tax abatement on the project. And so with that, I will turn it over to Kevin Wimpy to kind of walk through the Star Bond project plan as required by the statute and next steps before we open the public hearings.
Thank you, Chelsea. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Kevin Wimpy with Gilmore and Bell, the UG's Bond Counsel. So I get to close here on the presentation front with the procedural elements. And again, the first thing on your agenda is a public hearing required by statute to evaluate the second amended and restated Star Bond project plan. The statutes here require a plan and has a list of elements required to be included. And by way of history, and about 8 years ago, when the project was initially presented in its form on that date, a plan was approved by the UG Commission. The project and sources of funds and revenues have changed dramatically, as you've heard tonight, and the statute provides a process for considering a substantial change to an existing plan. And so that's what adoption of an ordinance tonight would do, would adopt that substantial change and adopt the new amended and restated project plan. Public hearing is required and notice to be published in the paper to precede that, and those items were taken care of in the paper in the preceding weeks. The plan, again, is prescribed by state law to include, describe the area, the facilities to be constructed, the sources of revenue, funding sources, and also summarize the third-party feasibility study that Ms. Chisholm mentioned. Canyon was the preparer of that, as is common on these projects. And they evaluated the costs, revenues, funding sources, local impact on the community and economy, and so forth, as required by state law, and concluded that the project's projected revenue is sufficient to support the project and repay the bonds. The plan also describes other incentives to be offered under the proposed development agreement, which, as you've heard, is STAR bonds, a community improvement district sales tax, as well as industrial revenue bonds for the purpose of providing a sales tax exemption on construction materials. After closing the public hearing, there'd be an ordinance for consideration that would adopt that plan. It does require a supermajority vote under the statute. Should you choose to proceed, it would set in place the vehicle for the issuance of STAR bonds. There must be an adopted plan before we can cobble together the STAR bond issuance. So should you choose to proceed, the group that's presented to you tonight, we get to work on that and that'd come before you at a future date. With that, Ms. Green, I'm through with procedural elements and happy to turn it back over.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I think we have a framework on how this commission needs to move forward. So I'm going to open up the public meeting for public comments. For those that are going to be allowed to speak tonight, now, I believe for those that have written statements, I believe the clerk, for those of you who may have came in late, if you have written statements, you can't do both. Either you give your written statements, the clerk can put those in the record to be memorialized, or you can speak. And you get up to 3 minutes to speak, state your comments. Before you speak, please make sure that you announce your name and where you're from. Comments should be limited to the topic at hand. There should be no other topics or items discussed during this time for you to make comments. And again, per the rules of procedure, and to remain the integrity of decorum, disorderly conduct will not be tolerated. Clerk, I'm going to start off with any written comments, and you can go through those.
Thank you, Mayor. First comment we have is from Jeffrey Bowker. American Royal, I am sorry that I cannot be at the commission meeting to support the American Royal. I have 4 businesses in Wyandotte County, which include Highland Park Funeral Home and Cemetery, as well as real estate holdings. Our family grew up as farmers and ranchers, and we continue to be very involved in the agriculture and livestock community. Agriculture and livestock will always be an important industry to all people, regardless of your profession, interest, or passion. Kansas City has the opportunity to serve as an international hub for education, research, promotion, and celebration of this important industry. We hope that the commission will support the American Royal in their efforts. Comment from Matt T. Garden. The Kansas Livestock Association supports the funding request being made by the American Royal for a new facility being built in Wyandotte County. The new facility will serve Kansas livestock producers and producers from across the country during the annual American Royal Livestock Show. It also will provide premier facilities for livestock and agricultural-related events year-round. We also are excited about the educational programming being planned by the American Royal that will help youths and adults better understand agriculture and how their food is produced. The American Royal facility will be a catalyst for additional development, resulting in more visitors to Wyandotte County and increased economic activity. Kimberly Young. As president of the KC Animal Health Corridor, I provide my full support to the approval of STAR bonds and any other development programs that will support the completion of the new American Royal Campus. Animal health and agriculture are the base of our economy and the vital economic engine of the state of Kansas and KC region. The American Royal is a vital part of ag education for youth, our future talent, and the agricultural ecosystem of the corridor. Thank you. Dr. Anna Stubblefield. Dear Mayor, CEO, and the Commissioners of the Unified Government, as Superintendent of Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools, I'm writing to express our district's strong support for the American Royal and the transformative investment it is making in Kansas City, Kansas, and Wyandotte County. For generations, the American Royal has been a cornerstone of cultural heritage, education, and economic development in the region. Its renewed commitment to our community represents an exciting opportunity to expand access, learning, and workforce pathways for students and families throughout Wyandotte County. At KCKPS, we are deeply committed to preparing students for success in college, careers, and life. The American Royal shares this commitment by investing in educational outreach, workforce development, and programming that enriches young learners' understanding of agricultural science and business. Already through our partnership, including a signed memorandum of understanding, we are developing programs such as student job opportunities connected to American Royal events, educational experiences through CAF days, field trips, and agricultural literacy outreach, career exposure through mentorship and industry connections. These initiatives help ensure that the benefits of this project extend beyond the development site and are felt across our entire district and county. I encourage the Commission to support the continuation of the American Royal Project and to recognize its potential to drive inclusive growth and opportunity. We are enthusiastic about the long-term value this project can deliver for our schools, our workforce, and our future. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration. Craig Gaffney. As a native of Wyandotte County and metropolitan Kansas City, the American Royal has been a part of the fabric of this community for 125 years in celebrating the rich heritage of agriculture in the Midwest and across our country. The American Royal continues its long tradition of providing a platform for youth and adults to engage in different ways in the agricultural sector of today. With the development that has taken place in western Wyandotte County over the last 2+ decades, having the American Royal Complex completed in the near future will continue to bring visitors from around the region and country to Wyandotte County and continue to enhance the growth of our local economy. Certainly, the pandemic era and inflationary pressures have impacted the ability to complete the American Royal Project in the time frame and original budget that was envisioned. There is a path now to see the project come to a successful conclusion and one that we can all be proud of for generations to come. The last thing in the world we would want to see is for the good reputation of Wyandotte County to be placed at risk if this project is not completed. So I urge the Commission this evening to approve the 3 resolutions before you. In my 30+ years of banking in Wyandotte County, I have seen much progress and a renaissance take place in our community over this time period. And while I know there is much work to do, particularly in the downtown area where I was raised, now that I am retired, I truly hope and pray the momentum we have experienced over this time period continues for years to come. Thank you so much for your consideration and your service to my hometown. Trey Venerable. Dear UG Commissioners, my name is Trey Venerable and I'm on the American Royal Board of Directors. My family has had ties to Wyandotte County for generations. I'm in full support of the American Royal Star Bond Development Agreement with the UG. It will be mutually benefiting to all stakeholders involved for generations to come. Eric Burgard. Dear Commissioners, on behalf of the Greater Kansas City Chamber of Commerce, we are writing to express our strong support for the American Royal's continued development in Wyandotte County and to urge your favorable consideration of this important project. The Chamber has long championed the growth of the agricultural industry in our region, the advancement of the Kansas City Animal Health Corridor, and the effective use of star bonds to catalyze transformative economic development. The American Royal's vision aligns perfectly with these priorities. Positioned within 500 miles of state producing over 50% of U.S. agriculture and within a day's drive of 31 land-grant universities, the American Royal will serve as Kansas's front door to agriculture and a global epicenter for food and ag innovation. Anchored in the Animal Health Corridor, this development will become a year-round destination for events, education, and industry collaboration, driving both regional and international impact. For Wyandotte County, the benefits are substantial and long-term. The project is projected to generate an annual average economic impact of over $526 million and draw 2.3 million visitors each year. It will spark further development, elevate global recognition of the county, and provide essential resources to our community, including educational programming and scholarships for local schools, exposure to agricultural careers, and access to a high-demand industry with nearly 60,000 annual job opportunities. Furthermore, the American Royal will serve as a flexible facility partner for Wyandotte County's rental and event needs. The Chamber believes the American Royal is not just a smart investment in economic development, it is a bold step forward in strengthening our region's role as a global leader in agriculture. We thank you for your consideration and urge your support. Tim Cowden. I am providing this testimony in full support of the Star Bond project. The American Royal is the most unique ag industry and entertainment complex in the world. Wyandotte County owns this coveted piece of real estate in the minds of highly discerning consumer public that is already time and cash strapped. Communities everywhere are always searching for ways to carve out space for a hyper-competitive consumer marketplace that extends well beyond our region. The American Royal was welcomed to Wyandotte County nearly a decade ago with ground broken just a few years back. I urge you to not waste this incredible opportunity to cement the county's rightful place as the global epicenter of excellence in agriculture. The eyes of a global industry, thousands of aspiring young people interested in pursuing a lifelong career in agricultural vocations, and your competition made up of clients or cities throughout the heartland and beyond is watching your decision closely. Finish the job you started. It's the Wyandotte County way. Unified Government Board of Commissioners, from Joe Reardon, President and CEO. On behalf of the Greater Kansas City Chamber of Commerce, we are writing to express our strong support for the American Royals' continued development in Wyandotte County and urge your favorable consideration of the important project. The Chamber has long championed the growth of agricultural industry in our region, the advancement of the Kansas City Animal Health Corridor, and the effective use of STAR bonds to catalyze transformative economic development. The American Royals' vision aligns perfectly with these priorities. For Wyandotte County, the benefits are substantial and long-term. The project is projected to generate an annual average economic impact of over $526 million and draw 2.3 million visitors each year. It will spark further development, elevate global recognition of the county, and provide essential resources to our community, including educational programming and scholarships for local schools, exposure to agricultural careers, and access to a high-demand industry with nearly 60,000 annual job opportunities. Furthermore, the American Royal will serve as a flexible facility partner for Wyandotte County. The Chamber believes the American Royal is not just a smart investment, it is a bold step forward in strengthening our region's role as a global leader in agriculture. We thank you for your consideration and urge your support of this project for the betterment of Wyandotte County and the entire Kansas City region. David Hurlbrink. I am speaking in honor of the American Royal proposal. I also suspect there will be folks who will speak loudly in opposition to this proposal. I suspect they are the same ones that spoke against similar STAR bonds back at the time of the Speedway and Legends origin. Now look at what we have. I also speak on behalf of the Agricultural Hall of Fame. We have been in discussion with the Royal as to how we can best partner with them. I think this will end up being somewhat in the educational area, teaching our children about where their food comes from. In addition, so many times we have local visitors to the Ag Hall, and most mention, I never knew this was here. By partnering with the American Royal, we connect the Ag Hall to a world-class and highly recognizable organization that will only help the Ag Hall to grow and flourish. Plus, it will make the area around it flourish as well. Please vote to approve this project. Thank you. Alex Lowe. Go Chicken Go has been proud to serve Kansas City, Kansas for over 55 years, and I can say without a doubt the American Royals move to KCK would be a game changer. This new facility isn't just big, it's transformational. We're talking about a year-round destination that brings in events, families, students, and visitors from all over the country. That means more foot traffic, more energy in the area, and a real boost for local businesses like mine. But it's also about more than business. The American Royal gives kids a chance to see, touch, and learn about agriculture in a way that's hands-on and unforgettable. I've seen how it impacts them. They light up. Supporting this move is a win for our community, our schools, and the future of KCK. I'm all in, and I hope the unified government moves forward with the project approval to make it happen. Jake Reiki. My name is Jake Reiki. Our family has been operating a 5-generation construction heavy haul business, Ernie Reiki Equipment in KCK, since 1946 off of Merriam Lane. Our family has also been involved in 4-H for 3 generations, showing cattle all through the Midwest. The American Royal has always been a huge part of our family's lives. Although the current facility, in my mind, is outdated and been long passed up by other facilities around the nation. I do believe in a new facility and would love for it to call home in Wyandotte County and to be proud to say to others around the country that I live in the county with the American Royal. I also believe that taxes are issues in our county. That being said, growth in homes, businesses, and infrastructure are much needed to satisfy those needs of combating taxes. Thank you for your time and hope the best for the American Royal. Alan Dillingham. Dear Commissioners, tonight you have before you an important vote that will impact your city, county, and this region for years. The American Royal made a strategic decision to relocate to Wyandotte County. The new events and education complex will be at the center of discussions and action around the largest industry in Kansas and the region, which is agriculture. Everybody eats, so everybody has an enormous connection to the Royal's work. I am excited about what can be achieved, and I wholeheartedly support the American Royal and this new complex in Wyandotte County. I urge all commissioners to vote in favor of the utilization of STAR bonds for this project. My connection to KCK in Wyandotte County is strong and spans decades. My mother grew up in the West Height neighborhood, attended Mark Twain and Wyandotte High School. My grandparents grew up here, including great-grandparents, aunts, and uncles. My wife and I were married at St. Paul's Episcopal Church at 18th and Washington Boulevard, as were my parents, grandparents, cousins, aunts, and uncles. We also have had several of our funerals here. They are all buried in Highland Park and Oak Grove. My uncle and aunt's names are on the football field at Wyandotte High School. My grandfather was the elected county administrator and served as the Wyandotte County Chair of the Democratic Party. My childhood was spent at neighborhood parties in West Height, summer basketball camp at KCC, and eating salad burgers at Peter's Drive-In. My family also has strong roots at the American Royal. My great-great-grandfather was one of the founders, and our involvement in the Kansas City Stockyards offered a great opportunity to be involved in over 6 generations. I have the honor of serving on the American Royal Board today. The American Royal and its new complex provide an amazing long-term benefit to the state of Kansas and Wyandotte County. Its vision to become the epicenter of food and agricultural can happen with your yes vote today. The Royal can become the Davos of agriculture, as those meetings around global economics bring the best and brightest together. Please join the major KC area organizations that support the Royal and this new complex by voting yes today to approve the star bonds and move this project forward. Karen Scheibe. I'm emailing each of you on behalf of the American Royal. I am hoping to attend to speak. However, considering my 21-year-old grandson Jacob passed away in the crash all over the news April 14th, and we're putting together the details of the service taking place Saturday morning and have to be set up early Friday morning, I may not make it. Or if I need to leave because the meeting is running late, I wanted an opportunity to share my thoughts. In addition, I wanted to have a conversation with my Commissioner Lopez, but he was busy with fallen trees with the storm, so I figured I'm emailing him. I might as well email everyone. If I am not there to speak, please read the following. Good evening. I've attended events at the American Royal for 55 years. Walking through their museum was like a walk through my childhood. From the huge parade downtown to the livestock show, which began in 1899 and still today fills all the parking spaces at the current location, to the actors that have competed like William Shatner year after year, and musical entertainment like Reba McEntire. This was the home of the FFA, Future Farmers of America, as well as currently the UPHA, American Royal National Association Horse Show, which has been a staple since it began in 1905. My dad bought my first horse at an American Royal auction when I was 9. And since I most likely will not be able to afford a horse again, I took a little MetLife plan my dad had bought before he passed and bought my last horse as a ring from the vendor at the UPHA show a year ago. A first full circle moment with my dad and the memories of our time at the American Royal. In addition, income from a farming family who grew organic vegetables and fruit at the River Market area. I talked to competitors and vendors who have become friends over the years. They have all been anxiously awaiting the new building, as there are crimes going on in the parking lot, as well as a vendor had a $500 bracelet stolen last year. There are places to stay downtown, but they are ready to be an area with shopping, restaurants, and hotels close to where their horses and animals are staying. They live in the area for over a week. While in the area, they set lunches on site, which for now brings business to Brancato's Catering, as well as food trucks. With more space, I am sure there would be opportunities for more food trucks to set up. I have heard Missouri doesn't want this, so why should we? Well, I would agree those in places of authority made decisions to kill the American Royals. The leadership in Missouri did not want to be known as a cow town. First, the FFA National was lost, then the parade was stopped. Then they moved the rodeo, which was a huge event hosting a building full of vendors, petting zoo, and large agricultural displays. When the rodeo was moved to Sprint, you lost all the vendors because they could not set up at Sprint. Now to the Star Bond, my understanding is that this state money paid back by state tax you pay when you buy from the Legends. You are paying this money anyway. It's just now targeted to go back. I want to conclude with my generational family memories are tied to the American Royal. Taking my grandsons and daughters there yearly for several shows has been a highlight. I'm looking forward to many of our DOT friends to have the American Royal become a valued piece of their heritage. Thank you. Janet Ruby. As a citizen taxpayer, I am asking you to vote no to the American Royal receiving star bonds. We have waited a long time to get the sales tax money coming in, and we cannot afford to give it away to the American Royal. One look around the city and you can tell we cannot afford to give it away. The taxpayers have been waiting to see benefits from the legends for over 20 years, and now is not the time for you to give away the benefits we've been waiting for. The American Royal needs to sink or swim on its own, and if they cannot find investors who find their project worthwhile, the taxpayers should not find it worthwhile either. If I was a business owner, there's no way you would even consider giving me any tax dollars to help my business out. Actually, if you're going to give our tax dollars away, I would rather see it given to small businesses who might possibly turn this town back into the desirable place to live. Carrie McCarthy, why are you voting on this bond issue when they do not even have the 501(c) status in Kansas? What happens if they are not given nonprofit status? Will they stop construction again like they did when the star bonds for the stadiums were announced? The glaring difference is the stadium would pay for the hind through sales tax or events at the stadium instead of taking over Plaza Speedway. This commission has allowed the casino to fight their appraisal to lower property taxes, then came before you all to remove the penalty for the hotel, to which you smiled and nodded and voted to remove it. They have given Wyco zero. If the sports betting from the casino the state owns, did the state help Wyco to get the Fortune 500 company that will add 2,000 jobs? No, they brought that to JOCO and gave us the nonprofit that will never pay property tax. So this commission has proven they are good at removing revenues, yet increasing costs. And we wonder why we are so far in debt. In these unknown financial times, isn't his country, this is the time to tell the state and American Royal, not at this time. It is not a no, but there are still things that need to be addressed with this to ensure the best plan. Wyandotte County, we hold the cards on this one every time we go shopping to shop outside of Plaza to Speedway, and they will see the sales tax revenue slow down, which will not cover the bond debt. It will also greatly upset Walmart, as they own both Sam's and Walmart in Plaza, so their revenue will drop at this location. Last comment is from Susie Netter. My name is Dr. Susie Netter, a lifelong resident of the Piper community, local 4-H club leader, agricultural advocate, and former American Royal Scholarship recipient. I fully support the planned funding proposal for the American Royal in Wyandotte County. The youth leadership and educational programming that the American Royal can offer in this space is unmatched. Nowhere else in our community can our kids learn with such hands-on experience about global agriculture at this scale. As the home of the American Royal, Wyandotte County can take its place as part of the Animal Health Corridor, opening up a variety of networks in global food systems innovation, biotechnology, and agricultural engineering. These facilities will be home to huge events, bringing in trade shows and exhibitions, whose attendees will spend money here locally. Further investment in the facilities must be granted so that they can be completed as envisioned star bonds have been granted without this level of return for our community. Our community is founded with strong roots in agriculture, and it is our responsibility to continue that tradition of support and values. Mayor, those are all the comments that the clerk's office has received.
Thank you, Clerk. If there's anybody present in the audience that has written comments, you can bring those forward and the clerk will read them, but you will not allow to come to the podium and give open comments or remarks. So if there's anybody that'd like to give their written comments to be read by the clerk, you could do so. Okay, all right. Clerk, do we have any people in the chambers who'd like to speak? You can go through
Mayor,
that
we do.
list.
Our first speaker will be Alan Carr with Dan Lawley on deck.
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Alan Carr, 441 Armstrong Avenue. I'm here today as Executive Director of Visit Kansas City, Kansas. We are one of your economic development partners. Our role is to bring visitors and events that here into Wyandotte County that will generate revenue for our community. In simple terms, our job is to get people to come here, spend their money, and leave. And when they do, they leave behind tax dollars these out-of-town visitors pay, and every tax dollar they pay is a tax dollar that residents don't have to pay. This American Royal project will bring a lot of visitors into our community. The American Royal estimates that it will attract 2.3 million visitors annually. To put that in perspective, That's about equal to the number of people who last year went to this Kansas Speedway and Children's Mercy Park combined. At Visit Kansas City, Kansas, we are already seeing tangible interest from groups in booking their events at this facility. Just today, our sales team toured 7 meeting planners around Wyandotte County to look at our hotels and facilities, many of them representing cattle and livestock associations, all of them interested in holding future events at this facility. One major event, the National High School Finals Rodeo, is actively looking to bring their event for several years into the facility with an annual economic impact of $2.8 million. But this facility, while many of the events will be agricultural events, it's not just agricultural events that are interested. We've seen interest from a variety of events, including high-end car auctions, volleyball and basketball tournaments, USA Wrestling, USA Weightlifting, USA Powerlifting, strongman competitions, and even the American Dental Association. And I say it's important to note that when we talk about these sports events, they won't compete with home field, but they'll increase the size and variety of events that we're able to host here in Wyandotte County.
You have 1 minute.
Since the Reardon Center closed, we haven't had major meeting facilities here in Wyandotte County. The American Royal will fill this void, allowing us to host events on a scale that we previously couldn't imagine bringing into this community. I know this commission has a long history of using tourism to lower the tax burden on our residents. In the long term, we believe the American Royal Project will achieve this by bringing visitors to spend their money and pay taxes, directly reducing the tax burden on our residents. And we hope you will support this project. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dan Lawley with Denise Dias on deck. Please state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Dan Lawley with Sporting Kansas City. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dan Lawley. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Sporting Kansas City and Children's Mercy Park. I'm here as a Kansas City, Kansas business leader to voice Sporting Kansas City's strong support for this use of Star Bonds and the UG's development agreement to help fund the new American Royal facility. If Star Bonds had not been approved for Children's Mercy Park years ago, there's a good chance Sporting Kansas City and much that has grown around it would not be here today. That includes the Sporting Kansas City owned facilities such as Compass Minerals Sporting Fields, Compass Minerals National Performance Center, along with ripple effect developments like Margaritaville, Home Field, and the incredible youth sports tourism ecosystem that we've built. We wouldn't be able to talk about Sporting Kansas City matches streamed worldwide on Apple TV, KU football games broadcast internationally on ESPN, or the numerous U.S. men's and women's national team games that highlight Kansas City, Kansas as the home of the crown jewel facility in sports entertainment. Star Bonds didn't just fund a stadium. They ignited a transformation. They turned undeveloped ground into an internationally recognized destination that can now be called a host city for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, the largest event on the face of the globe. With each visitor comes economic activity, hotel stays, meals, retail, entertainment. This is real, sustainable economic development, and it's being fueled by smart public-private partnerships. Now we have an opportunity to do it again with the American Royal Complex. We're talking about over 200 events annually, 2 million visitors a year, and a projected $526 million in economic impact, yearly economic impact. That's more business for our hotels, our restaurants, our local shops. That's jobs, that's growth, that's national and international exposure for Kansas City, Kansas. And just like Sporting Kansas City, this isn't a shot in the dark. The American Royal has a century-long legacy. It's trusted, respected, and it's poised to create an even broader platform for agriculture, education, and community events.
1 minute remaining.
Let's build on what's worked. Let's keep this momentum going. I urge you to support the use of Star Bonds for the American Royal Project, not just because it's a good investment, but because it's the next chapter in a success story we've already started writing together. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Denise Dias. Jim Gamble on deck. State your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Denise Dias. I'm the director of the Wyandotte County Extension Office. We are a community outreach arm of Kansas State University. I was asked to attend this meeting by leadership at K-State tonight, but most importantly, I want to bring a local perspective on why Extension is excited for the American Royal to make their home here. Accepting these resolutions opens many opportunities for Extension to leverage university resources locally. These resources can empower entrepreneurs to kickstart their food businesses, educate local small acre farmers, and provide crucial technical support to initiatives like Farmers Market Coalition. Our nutrition programs, including our SNAP Ed education, can also be expanded to reach more constituents with this additional request that they have. I'd also like to share 2 examples of local requests our office has received for more agriculture education opportunities for our youth. I recently had coffee with the USD 500 Diploma Plus program coordinator. She was looking for ways to develop a career pathway for her students in agriculture. She explained to me that the youth in District 500 were very interested in ag, but they did not know anything about it or even how agriculture touches their lives on a daily basis. They didn't know where to go to find that information. Helping our schools develop an agriculture pathway helps our youth to learn about potential careers, many of them right here in the Kansas City metro area. Another local program, Prep KC, recently requested Extension staff to address the deficits that they were seeing in educating youth on animal science and ag careers in their program.
1 minute remaining.
Students were unaware of how many ag industry skills that there were that could transfer into viable jobs for them. 2 of our staff went and did their Ask an Expert program. Our current capacity is limited. However, partnering with the Royal will help us to extend our reach into the community and support new initiatives. Our master gardeners are looking forward to helping educate visitors and local people on sustainable gardening solutions. We also envision the American Royal being able to partner with them to work on food safety education for consumers and for our local businesses. Our 4-H Youth Development Program plans to continue to building its relationship with the Royal to educate our youth to be responsible, community-minded leaders for the future.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
If we could, ma'am, could you, and anybody that comes forward, could you please state your city of?
I live in Kansas City, Kansas.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Our next speaker is Jim Gamble. Jara Settles on deck. Please state your name and city of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Jim Gamble. I live in Kansas City, Missouri, and I'm on the American Royal Board of Directors. Wyandotte County, Kansas is the rightful home of the American Royal, a place where the organization's historic mission and future vision converge in a powerful way. With deep agricultural roots, the county has long played a central role in shaping the region's farming and livestock industries. It was integral to the rise of the Kansas City stockyards and has remained a significant part of the broader Midwest agricultural economy. From food production to animal husbandry and rural traditions, the values that define Wyandotte County are the very same values that have defined the American Royal for over a century. This alignment is more than symbolic, it's strategic. The American Royal's mission is to champion youth, education, and the future of agriculture finds a natural home in a county that understands and respects these principles. Wyandotte County's diverse and growing population, along with its strong community investment, creates a dynamic foundation for the organization's expansion. It also provides an inclusive platform for engaging new generations in the agricultural sciences, leadership, and innovation. But beyond honoring tradition, this move represents a bold step into the future. The new American Royal Campus is not just a facility, it's an economic engine. It will attract hundreds of thousands of visitors each year for livestock shows, rodeos, equine competitions, educational events, and more. These visitors will bring significant spending power, creating ripple effects across the local economy. Restaurants, hotels, retail businesses, and entertainment venues will follow, transforming the surrounding area into a vibrant commercial corridor.
1 minute remaining.
This development will drive tax revenue and job creation, benefiting the entire county and region. It positions Wyandotte County as a premier destination for agricultural-based tourism, education, and events, not just locally, but nationally. The American Royal's next chapter will be written in a place where its legacy is respected, its mission is supported, and its potential is unlimited. Wyandotte County is not just a location, it's a launch pad for the future of American agriculture. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jara Settles. Steve Allison on deck. Please state your name and city of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Jara Settles. I'm a resident of Leavenworth, Kansas, and I'm here to support the American Royal Project. I'm a lifelong attendee of the American Royal livestock shows. I grew up in a small town in northeast Nebraska on a cattle ranch, and every year my family and I would come to the American Royal and show our home-raised heifers and bulls at the facility. Ultimately, when I moved to Kansas City after finishing school, which was partially paid for by a scholarship from the American Royal, I was looking for a way to make this community home without any actual family or friends here when I moved here. My husband now, boyfriend then, moved into a little quadplex on Walker Avenue, just north of the amphitheater in KCK. And thankfully, the employer that I moved to Kansas City for was a big supporter of the American Royal and suggested that I get involved. Involved, I did. I volunteered, was voluntold, and raised my hand enough to become involved with the American Royal Board of Directors, ultimately the executive leadership team, and I'm also serving on the Visit KCK Board of Directors as part of my American Royal service. Although my husband and I ultimately bought a farm on the wrong side of K7, we do all of our shopping and entertainment in the Wyandotte community, and that's where I had lunch here today. We have made this community my home, and I've made the American Royal my home. And the idea of combining those two communities to serve as a home for agriculture in the Midwest is extremely exciting to me. I wake up every day and feed livestock, and I support producers all across the country in my professional work that feed livestock. And I understand because of that work how disconnected communities like this are and communities all over the world are from where their food comes from. We have to do something about that. Agriculture is not optional for any of us.
1 minute remaining.
And people in our community deserve to have conversation and community about where their food comes from. Our national security and the future of our communities depends on that conversation. Thus, I urge this commission to vote in favor of the American Royal Project, and I very much appreciate the time and dedication you all have put to the project. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve Allison. Perry Ann Javali on deck. Please state your name and residence for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Steve Allison. I'm from Center Sandwich, New Hampshire, metropolis, 1,500 people. Mayor and commissioners, for the new commissioners on the commission who I haven't met before, I should let you know my family's had a long history here in Kansas City, Kansas. My great-grandfather bought the land where the American Royal is going to, where the facility's being built 90 years ago. 9 years ago, I was asked by Doug Pock, then the county administrator, if I would meet with Cliff Illing. And I had a meeting with Cliff, and he told me that he was thinking that our land might be really a good place for a convention center hotel, because the American Royal is going to be locating further west on State Avenue. Well, a lot of water has gone under the dam since 2009. In 2009, Tom Brady just won his 4th Super Bowl, and no one in New England had a clue who Mahomes was. I certainly didn't. Well, today things are a lot different, unfortunately, for New England fans. But I would say that with regard to the American Royal, I have spent a lot of time with the planning group for the American Royal, with Jackie and with the leadership team. And I'm really struck by how professional these folks are, how good they are at what they do. And I think you should keep that in mind. I know that my family has a civic responsibility. We believe toward the community. We felt that way forever. The developments that have happened on our property are best in class. That's going to continue to be what we want to see happen. And I think the American Royal very much is that way. Now, we are in the Star Bond District, which means that we can't have any other projects that we think would classify as a project that should get Star Bond treatment. Can't do that.
1 minute remaining.
That's a negative for us. The positive for us is that we think there's going to be $30 million of revenue generated from uses that are going to land on our property that wouldn't come were it not for the American Royal. Convention Center Hotel, we're in serious discussions with O'Reilly Hospitality about that. We have 2 other hotels that people are talking to us about wanting to build on 110th Street. We want to do a chicken and pickle kind of thing, and it's exciting. So I just want to let you all know that if you're concerned about, revenues for the UG, the Star Bonds are going to pay off early because of what we're going to do on our property. I just want that to be clear because I'm very confident of that. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Perry Ann Javelli. Jim Eichels on deck.
Good evening, Mayor, Board of Commissioners. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to
Sir,
speak.
we need your name and residence, please.
I'm sorry. My name is Jim Echols. I've resided in Wyandotte County for the last 20 years and currently own a home in District 5. I appreciate the opportunity to address this body on behalf of the project, American Royal, as a supporter. As we've heard from many of the previous speakers, much of the additional revenues will be garnered from the enhanced tourism, new business development, and I heard someone concerned about small businesses. I think that this will spur small business development. With young people, it'll create pathways to learn and educate themselves on entrepreneurship, small business development. It truly seems to be an economic development project whose time has come. It seems to be one that has a short window of time to make a decision. The current inflationary environment should be of concern to most of us. So as a supporter of the project, as far as the enhanced opportunity for young people, for the education of those to learn about agriculture and food production, entrepreneurship, it is a pathway for our young people in our area to have access and opportunity to grow and develop more human development skills to benefit them and their future families and so on. So our county can be a great beneficiary of this opportunity. And without hesitation, I support it. And my hope is that you as a body will see the credence of the benefits and support the project also. And I too thank you for the attention you've given to the project going back since its inception here before this group. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dan Sarin with Nicholas Segura on deck.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of the Commissioner Board and staff members.
Sir, we need your name and residence.
My name is
please.
Dan Saran, I'm a resident of Edwardsville, Kansas. And Lord knows Edwardsville can use the traffic. I'm pro American Royal. I want to say that right off the bat. It's got a cajillion things it's going to bring to us. That's not my beef. My beef is any immediate impact on property taxes. The people in this town desperately need some help with their property taxes. So if there's any way we can massage this agreement so that we take some weight immediately off taxpayers is what I'm here about. Again, I'm all for everything that's to come with the American Royal. There's many, many, many things that this community can use that they will bring forth. However, I am just shocked by even the asking of transfer sales tax and property tax after the 10-year period from the plaza. I am just shocked that they even asked to take that. With our property tax crisis being what it is today, and so many people losing their houses and being forced to move out, especially the seniors. And that's why I'm here today. I ask that you vote this proposal down. Try to massage it so we don't have such an impact on property taxes. My motivation is simple. People can't afford to pay their taxes now, so we can't have any kind of an impact that's going to worsen that situation. I know down the road, this is going to force multiplication, and we're going to bring in some taxes. But right now, for the next 4 or 5 years, what's going to happen? That's why I'm here today. I thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Our next speaker is Nicholas Segura. Sir, you'll need to state your name and residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Nicholas Segura. I'm a native of Kansas City, Kansas, but I'm a resident of the Stockyards District in Kansas City, Missouri, where I do my business and live. I want to just keep my time short and just say I want to support this effort. I feel like I'm in really good comfort here with my friends and colleagues from the Chamber, the Kansas City, Kansas Chamber of Commerce, the American Royal, as well as just the community of business people who speak about the growth and the evolvement of Kansas City, Kansas. So we just want to voice our support for this, and we hope that you all support the American Royal's development as well. Thank you.
Mayor, those are all the names we had that signed up to speak here in chambers.
Okay, it's an important matter. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? If you do, just please come to the podium one by one. State your name and residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Scott Harding, and I appreciate the time with you guys again, Mayor and Commissioners. We've had a long battle.
Sir, we need your residence.
Excuse me?
We need your city of residence.
Wyandotte County. And my concerns are, as a lot of people in Wyandotte County, I'm speaking for some of the seniors that can't be here today. I know there's like 4,500 land bank homes, and plus I get the city is another one. It comes up to like 7,200 basically in land bank. And we're having problems. The people are, I seen the map. Eric Murray brought a presentation on how many people were losing their homes. And it was just devastating for me. And I know the bond money, star bond money is, you know, a good thing in a way, but the thing of it is, it was brought up that the nonprofit, they stated in the first meeting that they were nonprofit, but they are nonprofit in Missouri, but they're not in Kansas, from what I found out in the BOTA. And they were denied that status. So my question is why, you know, it was not approved. That's a problem, why it was not approved. And I guess there's some questions on, if they can get star bonds, if they're a nonprofit. There's something going on right there at the state level. And that's concerning me. And I don't know if you guys are aware of it or not, but I tried to put it out there, and I know everybody's looking at Wyandotte County property tax protesters page. And I get comments once in a while about it. And I've sent emails out. A lot of times I don't get anything back on the emails, but that's fine. But maybe it's somebody who's looking at something.
1 minute remaining.
And I would hope you guys would take a look at that. And I got a question. Is there any other commissioners on this panel here that would have to step down for one reason or another? Has the one commissioner stepped down because he has more or less a conflict of interest because they have some kind of a affiliation or something with, let's say, anything, contractors, unions, anything? And that's something that should be looked into. And if there is, they maybe step down and mention it now. And I would really like some answers on, our property tax. They mentioned when this American Rule comes in, our property tax values are going to go up. Well, that's not what we're looking for as a citizen. The citizens are looking for tax relief. And I know sales tax, we got in more sales tax this year in Wyandotte County than we have ever. And they're going to take it from the plaza
Your time has
right off the
expired.
bat, and we're going to lose the $8 million basically, and they're going to give us $5 million. We're losing $3.3 million basically. So that doesn't
Sir,
sound
your
good for
time has
20 years.
expired.
Something just don't add up. And I appreciate you guys thinking about that. I would say, think about it, renegotiate. You guys are our negotiators. You guys can renegotiate, and if we get property tax out of it, which I think that's possible, then we got a plus. Would you please help us out? Think about it. You guys are in control of our money, the citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
J. Michael Tyner Mackey, 120 Emerson Avenue, Bonner Springs, Kansas. Former councilman for Bonner Springs, Kansas. I support the project. I love that it's coming to Wyandotte County. As to second Mr. Harding's comments, when the Star Bond District was developed, I wasn't even of voting age. I just turned 39 this past weekend. And I'm just curious, where's the tax relief that we were promised? When my grandmother's house was demolished by Carol Morenovich, promising tax relief for the project and for NASCAR, her need for speed took my grandmother's house. She fought it to the very last. She lost over $80,000 because she fought it. And where's that tax relief that we were promised? And it's been kicked down the can has been kicked down the road again and again and again and again. And all the developers keep getting richer and richer and richer. The Legends Project was able to do their creative refinancing. They defaulted and the left hand sold it to the right hand, and they got all of that project redone and refinanced, and they got their taxes dropped. But my taxes went up over 150%. But Bonner Springs is telling me that my garage is going to be condemned. I was fined $5,000 because my garage needs to be condemned. But Wyandotte County, the appraisers have said that my house value has went up 150%. How? I mean, okay, that's great. We've got a lot of things coming in here, but when do we get support? The developers are all making money. Wyandotte County's a gold rush now. Everybody wants to be here. But what about the taxpayers? There's a great quote, show me the money. When are we going to get the relief? That's my piece. I love the project. I support the Royal. But man, think about the people that have been here for 4 generations, please. Thank you, Commissioners and Mayor. Appreciate your time.
Good evening. My name is Renee Hadley. I live here in Kansas City, Kansas. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you so much for this evening, for your time. On behalf of the Kansas City, Kansas Chamber of Commerce, I'm the president and CEO. We are here to support this project and what this economic development does to our community and just the vibrancy of our city. We know that the American Royal is far more than just a construction project, and this completed Royal will cement Kansas City, Kansas as the agricultural hub of the nation. The economic impact, the travelers, the jobs, the things that they're going to do for our community and our kiddos. All of this with the year-round events, we just believe that this is the right move for the Kansas City, Kansas. Following our mission with the Kansas City, Kansas Chamber to aid, advance, and advocate for our members, we're committing to growing our business community, and we believe now is the time to move forward and revitalize this project. We appreciate your support, and we hope that we can work together to ensure that our city is known as a city that brings champions and big ideas right here in our backyard. Thank you so much.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, County Commissioners. I'm Dave Coleman, 1000 East 10th Street, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm the business manager of the Iron Workers Local 10. I'm here tonight in my capacity as the president of the Building and Trades. We represent over 20,000 craftsmen and women from around the metro area, and we're here in favor of, and we ask that you please vote the ordinance as presented. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, staff. I'm Greg Kendall, President of the Wyandotte Economic Development Council and a resident of KCK. I'm here in support of the three items before you related to the American Royal. You know, we often say that economic development is a lot like making sausage. It's not pretty. The process can be challenging and messy, but ultimately it leads to something worthwhile. How we've gotten to this point, probably not the preferred path, but what you have before you is across these three items is a much better financial package and development agreement than when you started. And frankly, I think we should be appreciative of the fact that you've spent as much time as you have on this project. It is a much better financial package for this community. It does drive revenue to the community. Since the beginning, YDC has championed and been a supporter of the American Royal Project for its potential to establish Kansas City, Kansas as a front door to agriculture, a vision we remain steadfastly in support of. We believe this development will serve as the epicenter for agriculture tied to global tourism, innovation, and education. Additionally, there are hotel, retail, and mixed-use developments waiting for this project to move forward, providing them with more certainty about their place in our community. We take pride in the Village West area, being the #1 tourist destination in the state of Kansas and in the metropolitan area, attracting an estimated 12 million visitors annually. Conservatively, this project estimates growing that tourism base by 20% and new visitors, further boosting our community's profile and contributing to economic growth. This project, as I mentioned, drives more revenue. You all choose how you spend that new revenue. I hope you agree the community is better with this development and the new proposed agreements. We appreciate your time and consideration. We urge you to vote in support of this project. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners. Tony Rohr from Mission, Kansas. I'm also an American Royal board member and part of the firm of Multi-Studio doing all the design work for the last, I think, 8 or 9 years on this project. I'm going to reinforce something in terms of I think it's important to hear about, and that is the kind of the nature of the American Royal as a great neighbor and as a contributor to a community. I'm not going to argue at all with all the great aspects of what they do, but I think it's important to understand the quality of the people that work there, the quality of the people that volunteer at a ridiculous amount of hours to make the American Royal work. The quality of the people that drive across the country to show there that care about being at that place and care about what the American Royals always stood for, repeatedly come back and being visitors at that place, as well as the kind of the quality of the individuals that are going to teach and learn and research there as part of that kind of epicenter of American agriculture. It would epitomize the very nature of the values of agriculture and Midwest ethics. I think that's a really important thing that's important for the county. I think it's important for Kansas. Having grown up in Western Kansas, I've grew up with that kind of ethos, and I think it's an important aspect of just everything the American Royal would bring, and I encourage you to support the project. Thank you.
Mayor and Commissioners, I'm Rosanna, privateer of Wyandotte. We are a family-owned business that owns 17 properties here in Kansas City, Kansas. We do pay a lot of property tax. a lot of property tax, okay? So we are in support of the American Royal. And please do so immediately so we can have more sales tax, so our taxes can be reduced like this gentleman is interested in. Thank you.
I'll make my comments brief. Stevie Wakes, 533 Oakland Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66101. There's a way to help taxpayers and also bring good development to Wyandotte County so that we can have a win-win situation. And the citizens of Wyandotte County can look to you, our leaders, to move us in that direction. Tonight, we saw an impasse between the opinions of the mayor and a commissioner resolved by going back to the drawing board. I would suggest a similar action with this project. No developer should win while the citizens of Wyandotte County lose.
Okay, thank you to everyone that spoke. We're going to move to online. One last time, is there anyone like to speak? This is your last chance. Okay, clerk, I believe we have individuals online that'd like to speak. I'll let you run through that process.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker is P.A. Javali. You'll need to unmute. Please state your name and residence for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Perry Ann Givelli from Lafayette, California. I would be there in person, but I also had a recent death in my family. I'm a director of my family's 88-year-old company, J.W. Perry LLC, founded by my great-grandfather, J.W. Perry, when he bought 700 acres in Wyandotte County in 1937. I'd like to share my personal perspective behind my support for the American Royal, our next-door neighbor. My family lives out of state, yet we've been deeply connected and committed to Wyandotte County for generations. J.W. lived in KC-Mo, yet he purchased land in Wyandotte County because he believed in the future of jobs would be to his west. He advised our family to be patient for the right opportunities. Patient we have been. J.W. also built the handsome Montgomery Ward building in downtown KCK. Today it's the police station. My 92-year-old father, Jerry, born in the KC Metro and named after his grandfather, J.W., thoughtfully led our family company for 60 years. During college, he lived at the KCK YMCA and ran a mud jacking machine after the Call River flooded the public levee. As a public service, J.W. managed the public levee terminal at that time. In 1989, my future husband and I drove from the Naval Academy to San Diego for his first duty. We had only 3 days to do it, but I insisted that we find my family's land without GPS, cell phones, the speedway, no landmarks at all. We slept in the car that night to make it happen, but it was so worth the photo that I still have of me in the cornfields. Our kids, the latest descendants, also drove out of their way across the country to their East Coast colleges to visit our properties in Wyandotte County, a county that has clearly meant a lot to our family for 5 generations. As landowners, we recognize that we are not master developers able to make a comprehensive plan for our 90 acres that directly faces the American Royal's front door.
1 minute remaining.
To line up a world-class team of experts in their disciplines, designers, site planners, hospitality, etc. Key requirements were that they share our values, our interest in lasting legacy and careful stewardship, and that they also share our do the right thing attitude. Of note, our key master developer contact is a local. We are teed up and ready to roll with this team after our positive American Royal vote tonight. That being said, tonight's vote is not only about the American Royal. I see this vote as a critical inflection point for this county, similar to the pivotal decision made 25 years ago when the government boldly chose to attract the Speedway to a remote area with a powerful STAR bond tool. As we know, that decision launched economic development that benefited the entire county. Mind you, a big hunk of our family land was taken by eminent domain for part of the Speedway, but it was for the greater good of Wyandotte County, as history has proven. Thank you so much.
Time has expired. Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Watkins. You'll need to unmute, state your name and residence for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. Matt Watkins, Kansas City, Kansas.
Sir, we can't hear you very well.
Okay, apologize. Try and switch my audio. Can you hear me now?
Much better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Matt Watkins, Kansas City, Kansas. Live out in the Piper area. Thank you for your opportunity tonight. I had to coach soccer, so I couldn't be there in person. So thank you for the opportunity. I come as a board member of the National Agricultural Center and Hall of Fame in support of this project. I believe you do have information in your packet from our board chair as well as others. We have worked really hard with the Ag Hall to extend communication and future opportunities between the Ag Hall and the American Royal, and we are looking forward to that partnership as we move forward. We stand in support of this project. I also come as a commercial realtor who has helped buy and sell a lot of property in and around this area. And what I can tell you is that the American Royal is gonna create opportunities for Western Wyandotte County. It's going to create opportunities for our school districts. It's going to create opportunities for jobs. It's going to create opportunities for more tax revenue. And I stand in support of it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is King Meany. You'll need to unmute, state your name and residence for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. You need to unmute, please. King Meany, are you still with us? Mayor, apparently we're having technical difficulties with them and they're not able to speak. Those are all the hands we have raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing at this time, and I'm going to open up to our Unified Board of Commissioners for questions and comments. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Want to thank the presentation by the American Royal, and specifically thanks to, I know Todd LaSalle is not here, but all the work from Stinson. It's been a ride trying to get the project to where we are today. So I thank you all for that hard work. The one question I have, I don't know if it's our legal or outside legal can provide an answer. It's pertaining to the non-compete clause with Azura. We have not had this issue before. So how are we going to enforce that, watch to make sure that if they do build the festival grounds, that it is not competing with what Azura is doing? So those are like kind of two questions in one. How are we enforcing, and how do we know that they've gone over that non-compete clause?
Thank you for the question. So pardon me just for a moment to find the applicable provision. So the specific language of the development agreement requires a mutually agreeable non-compete agreement between the UG and American Royal for events hosted at the facility that's currently named Azura Amphitheater. And so that the agreement itself is what would set forth, that non-compete agreement would set forth enforcement mechanisms and limitations. So
Okay.
that would be an agreement to be negotiated.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Okay. Thank you. that was the only question I had, so I guess I will go to comments. It's been said multiple times by many of my colleagues on this commission, Star bonds have worked for Wyandotte County. Time and time again, there have been places around the state where they have tried and it's not worked. But here for Wyandotte County, it has. It is a vehicle that we have used to grow our community, our city, and our county. Yes, do we need to drive that growth eastward? Yes, we do. But that's an issue and problem that we as a commission need to do. So we need to continue using every tool possible. At our last meeting, our administrator said, Kansas has very few tools to bring businesses to our community compared to other states and other cities. And as we heard from our state lobbyists, the tool that we are voting on today could very well be gone by next year. A tool that has grown and provided everything that we have here in Wyandotte County. We're known for Children's Mercy. We're known for the Monarchs now. We have Village West. And hopefully, we'll have the American Royal. It's been said in the past, the only way for Wyandotte County and KCK to move forward is if we have economic development. And this is a project that will take us forward. Yes, we have issues with property tax and we need to provide property tax relief. But within the American Royal, we have the ability to. Any business that is built within the bond district is still going to pay sales tax, a portion or all property tax, depending on if they get any other incentives. It is all going to compound together over the years and we will reap the benefit of that. Again, we need to ensure that reaches all corners of our county and city, but that's up to us as the Board of Commissioners, not developers. So I will vote in support of this because it's a no-brainer. I'll restate again, Star bonds have worked for Wyandotte County and they will continue to work. I thank you for all who have come out tonight, for the American Royal for sticking with us. And as I said, it's been a ride to get where we are. But it's a development agreement that it's a win-win for everybody. And so I welcome the American Royal to Wyandotte County, and I look forward to working with you further in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, quick question for American Royal. The people, the kids that go through your program, all that, is there college or school credits earned as they go through your programs?
Jackie McClaskey, President and CEO of the American Royal. At this point, we do not offer any programs that have credit. One of the things that we have talked about as in our strategic plan, Commissioner, is the creation of academic certifications and things that we could do that could offer credit. And some of our short conversations with school districts, we've also talked about ways that we can work with them to potentially use our facilities for classes that could have credit towards high school graduation. So there are some opportunities there, but the straight up answer to your question is no, we don't do that at this time.
Okay, and then have you guys reached out to our community college for funding as well?
So we have not reached out to them for funding, but we have had conversations with KCK Community College over time and look forward to partnerships with them as well. And one of the things they're interested in is some of their students actually being able to work at our facility and use it as a training opportunity.
I would definitely reach out to them for funding. They have a lot of money. So, all right, thank you.
I appreciate that advice.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burns.
Yes, a lot of you haven't been able to speak tonight. I would like a show of the hands in support of the American Royal issuing these bonds. If you would raise your hand, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Can we actually pull up the slide? Because I do think the American Royal slide, there was a slide that showed the projected revenue that I think was just completely, and not to, there's been a lot of materials, but I just want us to kind of go back to what we are benefiting from and what our community stands to gain. Okay, right here. Okay, so this is the slide here of the revenue impacts. And I honestly think it was undersold when this was initially presented, and there's been a lot of information. So walk me through this. The 24,736,000 is what exactly?
Yeah. So thank you, Commissioner, and thanks
Yes.
for letting me do that again and bringing us back to.
Please.
On the left side, what we did was go through and say, if the project doesn't happen,
Okay.
if the TIF retires at Plaza at the Speedway,
Yep.
and the money just flows to the unified government, you would see approximately $46 million in sales tax revenues from the part that would be captured by the Star Bond, okay?
Okay.
Then below that, you would get $62 million in base collections. That's approximately that $3 million of additional sales tax that you
And that's money we are getting regardless. Am I
Correct.
reading that? 'Cause there's
Correct. So that's
62
why
on
it's
the left
62 and
and
62.
62 on the right. Okay, I'm
Correct.
with you. Keep going.
$10 million of property taxes on the left and on the right, right? So it's on both sides of those. That is going to.
We are
flow
getting
either
that
direction.
regardless.
Regardless.
Okay,
Right?
keep going.
So you add all those up, that comes to $118 million. You then go to the other side of with the project, you have a lower collection of sales taxes because those local sales taxes are going into the Star Bond.
Okay, can I just stop you right there?
Yep.
So I'm just doing some quick math. The $46 million, no projects. $16 million with the project, that's roughly a $30 million difference.
Correct.
And that's the $30 million that's going into the local portion of the Star Bonds.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's, okay, over 20 years, that's where the $30 million
Yes.
comes. Okay, keep going.
And then you have approximately $24 million of direct payments that the American Royal is making to the UG. Everybody's going to say here, wait, I thought that was 30, right? And that is actually correct. Under the agreement, it's 35 million upfront, 1.3 a year adds up to 30. This is premised on the fact, as we've shown a couple of times to staff and others, the bonds pay off early. They pay off in 15 years because of the 1-to-5 debt service coverage ratio. So that's why that number's a little different. We needed to be able to determine that and show that, but that's why that's 24 instead of 30.
Okay, I'm gonna pause you right here. So that's this $24 million direct payments to the unified government. As I understand it, undefined, uncommitted, we can decide what happens with the $24 million that this project is going to contribute to our tax coffers. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct, Commissioner. Those monies come to this board. This board will then determine where those go in the community, how they're used, how they're paid, just like other general sales taxes and monies that go into your general fund.
Okay, and I think it's important for the public to understand this because it's kind of being lost and it's saying, oh, well, we're focusing on the incentives, Commissioner. Why are you still in favor of the project? It's like, well, that $24 million is for me, and we're not even talking about the BPU pilot. We're not talking about some of the other revenues, the sales tax-based revenue that this project will generate. But the $24 million, in addition to some of those other revenues, could be used to lower the mill levy. It could be used to invest in a rebate program. It could be used to help our seniors and help folks with property taxes. Quite frankly, I think we need a grant program because the rebate programs assume that you have paid. And so I think that we kind of are getting lost there. But anyway, I just want to finish this out. So at the bottom there, this with project revenue, again, when we get to the bottom of that rectangle, can you finish that out?
Yeah, absolutely. So then when the American Royal happens, there are uncaptured in-district sales taxes. That's the EMS sales tax levy and the public safety and neighborhoods levy. Approximately 0.625 of all of the sales taxes that happen in this district, whether it's at Plaza at the Speedway, whether it's in the American Royal, whether it's from ancillary development that happens on Mr. Allison's land or Mrs. Javelli's land, any of those sales that happen in that district will roll over and create additional increment. And by the way, that number is just the American Royal and just Plaza at the Speedway. It doesn't even include all of the ancillary development. That would be even more on top of it, but that's going to create $20 million over that 20-year period.
Okay.
Then, next line, someone comes to the American Royal. They will not spend every single dollar at the facility or at Plaza at the Speedway. They'll go to Nebraska Furniture Mart. They'll go to the Legends. They'll go to a gas station on the way. They'll stay at a hotel somewhere. That is uncaptured sales tax outside of this Star Bond district that is flowing into this community in some other way. Taking all of the economic studies we have run and looked at, that's conservatively estimated at $19 million over the time. So putting those two together, we're at about exactly $40 million. We're then not capturing the pilot from the BPU that will pay just regular energy taxes, regular sewer, water, all of those, and pay the pilot just like everybody else out there, $2.5 million. And then the final component, Commissioner, and this is where I would agree with you that we have vastly understated it, because this is the TBD. As other development happens on those hundreds of acres around us, they will pay property taxes. And we are spurring that of them creating property taxes out there by having the American Royal. That could be tens and tens of millions of dollars of new tax payments that come in because the American Royal is coming here and because we can create ancillary development. So even with that undefined and not counted, we're at $37.5 million more that the unified government garners from voting yes.
And I want to make it very, very clear, and thank you for going through that again, that $37.5 million in net benefit to the unified government is over the life of the development agreement, which is 20 years. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And if the bonds pay off early for the STAR bonds, that means that those sales tax dollars at market rate would go additionally into our coffers. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, our Economic Development Director, Ms. Chisholm.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Yes, Chelsea Chisholm, just to clarify on the payments, whether it be 24.7 million, 30 million.
Sure.
The current draft of the development agreement contemplates a subcommittee comprised of 5 members of 5 elected officials. So one being the mayor, chair of ED&F, chair of Public Works, and then 2 additional representatives from those committees. That subcommittee will create recommendations for those funding for the whole Board of Commissioners to consider how to spend that money.
So if we wanted to use that to help seniors and help folks that need help with their property taxes, we could do that. That is allowed within the agreement.
Yeah, whatever the commission is supportive of, certainly.
When the time comes, I will have some ideas on what that looks like. Best believe it. I do want to keep you all engaged on the development agreement, local business, minority-owned businesses. Where can we just restate what the qualifications are because the American Royal is receiving incentives?
Anna Kirstelich Stinson. Yes, the LMW obligations are typical of development agreements. The participation goals for construction of the project are local 18%, minority 15%, and women 7%. For professional services, developer agreed to local 18%, 13% for minority, and 8% for women.
Yes, and if those are not met, what happens?
And if those are not met, and developer fails to demonstrate best efforts to meet these goals, the Star Bond proceeds and the CID sales tax proceeds shall be reduced by an amount equal to 1.5%. So we reduce the incentive available.
Gotcha. So there is some clawbacks available for this particular project. I appreciate you all engaging with me because I think we kind of got off the main conversation of what this project can do and the impact that it can have. I support this project. I will be in favor of this project. What I will say is my last remarks is I implore you all to keep engaging with us. I hope it's not the last time we see you. We have a lot of other parcels, and the land bank was brought up. We have over 4,000 land bank parcels that need to be developed. We have schools in our youth that need to be engaged. We have citizens that need jobs at your businesses. Right now in Wyandotte County, it's about a 70-30 split of the amount of people that work in Wyandotte County and do not live in Wyandotte County. Please with that alarm, sir. And so I do want to restate the importance of our partnership and what we can do moving forward. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. If we could go back to the screen that Commissioner Davis and Mr. Maxwell had, just wanted to ask a couple of general questions about it. There's been a lot of talk about the impact or lack thereof of property taxes from the American Royal side. And so my question is, considering the benefits here and anticipating that the American Royal may seek to use their 501c3 status to not have to pay property tax, will any of these numbers change to the negative?
No, Commissioner.
Okay.
That is considering the benefit of the bargain here is that the American Royal is a not-for-profit. And the expectation of the American Royal is that we're going to apply to BOTA and we will be, because we are a not-for-profit, we will not pay property taxes. That is just part of the charitable mission. If we are wrong, and there's a very complicated test of how that is all determined. It is determined both by ownership and by use. If the ancillary use that we are doing and all this economic activity that we're having and all of the rental of our facilities, if we are wrong for some reason, then we could end up paying property tax and all of those numbers would just go higher because that is based on the fact that the Royal is not paying property taxes. Obviously, though, so those numbers would just move up if we paid property taxes. And we have given away the right to ask for an industrial revenue bond or any form of property tax abatement from the UG in this development agreement, different than our last time. In the last time that we did this, we said, if we did not get that through BOTA, we would come before the board and ask for an IRB and the board would grant it. You took that out. We did not negotiate for that time and we let that go. So that has been removed from the agreement. So the expectation is because of sort of the Kansas Constitution and Kansas statute, we will not pay property tax. If we are wrong, all those numbers only go up for the UG. But also the last part of that TBD is the catalyst that we are of creating additional development in and around us will bring property taxes to this community.
Thank you. I thought that was important to ask that question. So the worst case scenario, we know what you're anticipating. And if it goes as you believe that it will and hope that it will with BOTA, This does not change.
Absolutely
If that
correct.
does not happen and you're not granted the exemption you're seeking, it's only going to get better for
That's
the
right.
unified government still. I am a member of the Economic Development Committee. The last time that this was brought, I did not vote to move this forward. But I will say I intend to vote in the affirmative tonight because it is a different deal. So I appreciate that both our council and the Royals Council have moved to, I guess, get the best deal we can. It's at some point, as a lawyer, I know it's dead and done. Could it be better? Possibly. You know, will we still be here with it? No, possibly there's nothing. We talk about what's to come, given the present agreement. We can't really say what the dollars are. I heard you just give an estimate about the ancillary income that we hope to get from people who spend money outside at hotels and restaurants and TJ Maxx and all of that. But one thing's for sure, if this doesn't go through, that number is zero. So I believe this is a different project, maybe not as good, you know, as some of us would like, but I will be supporting it tonight and hope that it goes well. I did want to ask Ms. McClaskey about the attendance that she mentioned before and where you talked about the school kids. So is the Royal actively entertaining, providing events currently? And if so, where is that being done?
Jackie McClaskey, President and CEO of the Royal. The events we hold now are in our West Bottoms location, which
Okay.
is a rental facility that we rent from Casey
Okay.
Mo. So everything that we currently do at that site will move once the new facility is open.
Okay. And I took down 415,242 attendance days.
Yes.
Explain again what that represents.
Sure. So
How you
if,
came to that number.
if you were to come to the rodeo, the barbecue, and the livestock show on 3 different days for 3 different events, that's 3 attendee days. So it's each day that a person would attend an event.
Mhm.
And then we calculate, that's used, we do it that way because we look at how much people would spend per day. So our attendee days are based off total presence on each day of the year and combined.
Okay. And are you, one second. What is the expectation? Are you using that same formula in anticipating what turnouts will be if this is approved on our side? What's the correlation, if any?
So the correlation there is, we estimated at 2.3 million attendee days and visitors in. And that's how we look at everything from the American Royal. The third-party study looked at both attendee days and actual individuals that come to the site. But from the economic piece, since we want to look at each person's spend every day and how much they would spend, we look at attendee days in both cases. So it's 2.3 million by the 20th year, or excuse me, on average over the first 20 years of operation.
Okay, thank you. Last point I wanted to make, Commissioner Davis raised this already. This is for money that will come into the UG conference, is for this body to decide, as it always does during the budget process. So tax relief is certainly an issue. All of us feel it. It's not just the people who speak to us, but we know what it, I know what it is. And living in an older home, I'm not talking about a new one, so I understand that. But I will say this, as you know, the American Royal seeks to put its boots on the ground and be my fan tonight. Aside from helping seniors, there's some real basic needs that everybody who drives or rides with someone that I would like to see some of this used for, and that $5 million is paid up front, and the 1.3 that will come over the life of the bond would certainly make good inroads into the infrastructure that needs to be fixed, particularly along Parallel, starting from the northeast end, particularly 8th Street, going all the way out to at least 60-something. Tonight, before I lay down, good Lord, say the same, I will be making my second entreaty to our Public Works Department to go back and fill in potholes they already did a month ago, starting at 8th and Parallel. It's just horrible. And I know in District 1, I hear that all the time. So I do the pothole patrol, but our streets and other infrastructure for development in District 1 needs to be addressed. So that will be what I will be bringing to the table and seeking. And it won't be any secret about where I'd want to see some of these funds that we would not have had before access to be used for that. And seniors ride too. So Commissioner Davis will get his point too with seniors. They ride. So boots on the ground, hopefully American Royal, but I don't want wheels in the potholes anymore. And everybody can appreciate that. So thank you for the efforts by both set of council, our economic development director, our bond council, I'm sure CFO, the administrator, the mayor, and my colleagues. But I do see this as different than what was brought to committee month and a half, 2 months ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez?
Yeah, I just want a legal's opinion. Let's say they apply with BOTA approves, but at the end of the day, isn't the Wyandotte County, is it our say-so whether they're gonna pay property tax or not?
This is when agreeing with the legal department. No, actually, it's not. That's a decision that is completely resting with the state, with the Board of Tax Appeals. The application comes through the appraiser's office, but all the appraiser can do is make a recommendation. And the Board of Tax Appeals can say, okay, or yeah, nice try, but they're going to do what they're going to do.
Okay.
It's completely resting with the state through the Board of Tax Appeals.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burrows?
Well, we've come a long way. It's, as it was stated, that we had the American Royal Agreement in the Economic Development Committee. And as you can relate how difficult it has been to absorb the amount of information associated to this proposal and the Star Bonds project, in addition to property tax and sales tax. It is quite overwhelming and quite confusing. It has been a benefit to bring this forward to public discourse in a transparent and consistent manner that we did start 2 weeks ago, to get it out of committee so we could get the facts on the table as we've heard them this evening. I'm really pleased to see that, because that's how transparent government works. And as chair of the Economic Development Committee, it was important that that information get shared publicly and consistently, and not allow for misinformation to rise and damage the reputation not only of the developer and the American Royal, but also the members of this commission and this community. So I'm very grateful, Mayor, that you've allowed me to present this piece of policy forward to the full commission for debate and discussion 2 weeks ago. It's brought us where we are this evening. There are a number of things that have been talked about, but I think the academic partnership with the youth of this community is extremely important for the long-term viability of future careers, not only in agriculture, but those businesses that may very well support agriculture moving forward. We have master planning of property north of the American Royal, something that is so sorely needed out there because of the vacant ground. That master planning will contribute long-term to the viability of our community and to the project, as well as to the local community out there in reference to homes and possible other eateries and entities. The fact that we are tied with the Agricultural Hall of Fame, that charter is extremely well recognized nationally and internationally. And to have that partnership with the largest ag producers in the 500-mile area is a plus for us. That's 2 pluses we get from one development. And I'm appreciative that the American Royal has reached out and recognized how important the Agricultural Hall of Fame is, not only to the agricultural community, but to our community as a whole. The $86 billion local impact, that's, as it was stated, I can only think of a couple of Super Bowls. But all of this money and all of this financial stuff was put forward because there was two independent feasibility studies conducted by the Commerce Department as well as the American Royal to make sure the numbers work. And I don't know about many of you, but when we have specialists work on numbers, they don't talk about the ancillary opportunities. It's just factual numbers. And we're very fortunate that those feasibility studies were done and brought us to where we are today. For the public that says that property tax is an issue, there's not a member up here that doesn't hear your message. We voted revenue neutral collectively to help with that burden. And please don't dismiss that. We're not finished with this yet, but the only way we're going to reduce our burdens on property taxes is to increase sales tax through targeted, specific economic development that brings a true partnership to our community. And this does just that in a number of special ways. So I'm pleased that my colleagues had an opportunity to hear this publicly. I want to thank the public that came out this evening and went through all of this. But more importantly, I also want to thank the American Royal for your patience with us, your respect that you have demonstrated to the commission. Once we hit that log jam and had our discussions, we are here where we are this evening. And I'm just very grateful for the opportunity to have Wyandotte County and a national organization such as the American Royal being stated in the same sentence in a very positive way. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kane.
Commissioner Kane, 5th District. I'm the commissioner of Plaza the Speedway. No one's home was ever taken from them in that area. I worked on this project. It was one of the very first projects I worked on, and they said back then, that's not going to work in that area. And guess what? It overworked. And something else, this is probably one of the largest crowds I've seen in 20 years for some people to come up and show their support for a project. That shows the community how important this project is, because this is a long-lasting project. How many people have you ever heard didn't have a good time at the American Royal? How many over-celebrated? You got to think about some stuff. If you're driving down Rowe Avenue and you get to Johnson Drive, you look at the Mission Mall on the right-hand side, right? It's still sitting there. We don't finish this project, you're coming in west. And what are you going to see? You're going to see a big old empty building? Is that what you really want? Or do you want a high-class facility that does multiple different things, multiple different events each day in different places on the property? It's huge. You know, I was in Columbia today at a restaurant and FFA was there. Where would they come then? They have a place to come in Kansas City, Kansas now, or they will have. You know, it's certain things that make you feel good about what you're doing. And tonight, this is a long night, and I told some of you guys you'd be here for a while. And I'm glad you were, because it shows support for something that's important for the community. And this is huge, and we're pleased to have it. So, Mayor, I'd like to make a move for approval for ordinance 9.3.
Second.
All right. Well, before we entertain those motions, I'm going to allow for a couple more comments. Commissioner Davis.
Not really a comment, just can you all send us those slides? I just can't find via email. Very, very helpful for us to communicate with constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank the Royal and all the staff and legal team that's been involved. We've been at the drawing board for quite some time, and I really appreciate all of the effort and work that has gone into bringing this to where we are tonight. I really appreciate the members of the community who spoke to us and shared your thoughts and feelings about the project. I'm excited about the project. And I just want to finally say I'm most appreciative to Mr. David over there with the Ironworkers Local 10. Way to be brief. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, I just want to thank the American Royal. I want to thank everybody that spoke and everybody that bared with us as we've gone through this process. Um, um, It really means a lot to really have a robust debate. And for me, it really helped me. I know I had a meeting earlier today, staff and some of the folks involved with the American Royal came and they sat with me because there was a thought that I may have to vote tonight. And I wanted to make sure that if I had to vote in any form or fashion, that I had all the information I need to make an informed decision. A lot of the questions that I asked in that meeting earlier today, it's really refreshing to hear a lot of our commissioners ask those same exact questions, because they're asking those questions because that's what we're hearing from our residents. And so it's not just something the mayor wanted to know. You've heard from a slew of commissioners really pointed but necessary questions. So we can go back when we're asked why, however we vote, why did we vote that way? And we can go back and intelligently tell our constituents why things turned out the way they did. I'm excited for the American Royal. After my meeting today, and even more so after I've seen tonight, I'm convinced that this is a good project. This is something that needs to be done. When I ran for mayor, I had someone ask me, if you have to vote and you have to weigh in on matters, how are you going to do that? And I said it was simple. Is it in the best interest of Wyandotte County, and is it going to be of value to our residents? And so I would like to just briefly go back up and just to reiterate what Commissioner Davis and Commissioner Townsend had said. I got two questions. I really want to hit home on that. And this is what I asked earlier. How much money will the unified government generate annually as a result of this investment in this project?
Annually, the unified government will receive 5.3 million. After our contribution from Plaza at the Speedway, we'll see $3 million.
So annually, we see $3 million. And that's just from,
A lot of it is additional revenue coming on from Plaza at the Speedway and the origination and annual payments.
okay. How much are we receiving now from the area where the American Royal is? Approximately.
Just the
All that area out there is generally ag, Mayor, so it's $200,000 total.
Okay. So we're propping up, we're moving from $200,000 estimate to the unified government to about 3 million.
correct.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yep.
Annually. And those numbers could grow. And it was good to hear Mr. Allison come up and really share with us the potential for expanded economic growth in and around those properties, which is, they're going to pay not only sales tax, but they're going to pay full property tax as well. And just to clarify a question that Commissioner Townsend asked, because that was one of the questions I had. If BOTA at the state, for whatever reason, that we don't have any say in, denies the application for the American Royal to be considered a non-for-profit, I just want to make it clear to everyone that they will, and that's a question, they will have to pay full property tax. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So, and then after the 20 years, hopefully the 15 years, and if more ancillary spinoff developments come online, hopefully these bonds or the STAR bonds can be paid off a lot earlier. What is the projected income moving forward as a result of all this to the unified government? Not counting all the ancillary spinoff development that we're hoping will come as a result of this project.
It's hard to quantify with the inflation based on the numbers that we have today, because it is possible the property taxes will increase that Plaza at the Speedway. But based off year 20 totals, approximately $7 million in sales tax and 500,000 in property taxes, which, as I stated, is subject to change.
And that's just estimating to what we know today.
Correct.
Okay. So, and that's a lot more than what we're getting now. What I am hearing, and I've heard from some commissioners, they're already talking about how to spend the money. And that's a good conversation to have because in an environment where we haven't been able to have those type of really conversations at the unified government. And so that really shows, and I hope the public can see that these projects are good because now we're not talking about where are we going to get the money when there's no money, but how are we going to spend the money that we know we're projected to get? And the potential for that money from the spinoff development can even grow. And if you could pull that slide back up, that revised slide that shows the 1% investment from the unified government, I think that was really profound as well when I saw that earlier. Pie chart. The pie chart.
Next one.
That is the revised, and I know it's been said by some of our commissioners that we've gone back to the table and we've worked a better deal on behalf of the taxpayers of Wyandotte County. And what you see there, out of all the investments in this project, the unified government's investment, if I'm correct, what's there, is 1% of the total investment. Is that correct? And that's a long ways from where we're at. So we've gotten better on what the investment. I'm looking at, if you look at developments going on everywhere in the metro, you can go north, you can go south. I've said it before, east, west. Kansas City, Missouri is building up. I mean, they're landlocked coming this way. Even out west in the Bayshore, everybody's building. And I look at an investment, if we can mute the phones, please, while we're talking, not to interrupt the meetings. I'm going to ask you to step out, sir. That small investment can reap huge benefits for Wyandotte County, not just for today, but for generations of people in Wyandotte Countyans that haven't even been born yet. And that's what I'm excited about. We have so many needs in Wyandotte County, and I see this as a great opportunity to expand on that conversation of how do they've shown us the money. I believe that more money will spin off of this, and now it allows the opportunity to really figure out how to spend that money. I have a recommendation. I know some people were concerned about their evaluations going up because of these projects, and they were concerned about property taxes, and we know that's huge for our working families, our working poor, and our seniors on fixed income. I challenge this commission, when we look at these tax dollars, to offset any way we can valuation increases by lowering the mill levy so it doesn't add harm financially to those individuals that are struggling to just stay in their houses and make ends meet. That's not a decision of these developers. That's a decision of this commission based on the recommendations from this staff. And I ask that we do that. We take these opportunities not to continue to bring in, but spend it responsibly. It's property tax relief. You can go anywhere in Kansas City, Kansas, and I'll tell you that, as well as BPU pilot and user fee relief. And I believe as these projects grow, we have a real good opportunity to take the 10.9% in our BPU pilot down to what it should be, and what it started out as is 4%. And as we get more tax dollars, it also offers a unique opportunity to eliminate the pilot tax altogether on people's BPU bills, to truly make the BPU a benefit and not a burden. These are the types of conversations that I think we need to have. I also want to I support this project. I support what's going on in Village West. We need to really reinforce Village West being the #1 tourist attraction in the great state of Kansas. And I agree with Commissioner Kane. We can't have what we see on Rowe Avenue right there at the intersection of Rowe and Johnson Drive. We just can't have that. And so I'm hearing good things, and I'm feeling good about where we're going moving forward. But we need to continue to grow, not just out west. And I challenge everybody. I've said it once before, and I'll say it again. I have seen this body, and I've seen staff, and I've seen a lot of developers work overdrive to make sure that we get good developments with good incentives in Western Wyandotte County at Village West. We have the tale of two cities going on here in Wyandotte County. It's east and you have west. And I'm telling you, the folks on the east side of town, they want just as much effort, attention, and support and investment on the east side of town that we put on the west side of town. We've got food deserts and we've got zip codes that are struggling. They deserve goods, services, resources, and amenities that they do out west. They shouldn't have to look for transportation to get out to a Walmart, to get any food items, or to do any shopping, or to have a nice restaurant to sit at, or to have a place to entertain and bring their families, or nice hotels. Those opportunities are deserved east of 635 or 56th Street. For those, especially in the Northeast, our downtown, the Hills, Strawberry, Russian Hills, Armourdale, Rosedale, and Argentine. We have got to make it a point of intention to make sure that we invest equitably throughout Wyandotte County. And that's my call to action, that we take that effort to envision what we see out west on the eastern portion of our city. We've got a gold mine of opportunity when you talk about Kansas River, the Missouri River, the Quindale Ruins, and all the 4,500 land bank properties that was brought up tonight that are hungry for development in the heart of the Kansas City metropolitan area. So I support this project, and I really do hope, and I'm wishing and praying for the utmost success for the American Royal. It is something truly special, not just for Wyandotte County, but for Kansas City region and for the great state of Kansas, and something that we're all going to be proud of if this passes tonight. I know it was mentioned to Alan Carr, who's our Visit KCK Executive Director. One thing I'd like to know, and I'm going to bring it up, so pay attention to it. We've got a lot of barbecue restaurants right here in Wyandotte County. And we talk a lot about a taco trail. With the American Royal hopefully coming, let's talk about a barbecue trail with the epicenter being the American Royal, right here in Wyandotte County, something that we can champion and be proud of. So I urge my commissioners tonight to hopefully see value in this effort and to balance some of the concerns with property taxes. Look at some of the recommendations I had, because that's up to you. I don't vote on those matters. But let's not forget about those people that are demanding tax relief. And as we bring in these dollars, let's do everything we can to meet the requests and demands of what our residents, I believe they deserve when it comes to seeing some benefit from these types of projects, not just for the short term, but for the long term. So there's two motions. I will accept those motions. Is there any other further? Commissioner Lopez?
Yeah, I was just, was the American Royal going to be able to ensure the maintaining of the property? Just like if you look at the legends is supposed to be beautiful, but they've dropped the ball on their maintenance. Things like that, that's one of my main concerns there.
Jackie McClaskey, President and CEO of the American Royal. Commissioner, I appreciate the question. I will tell you, this is going to be our first time owning property, so we're taking that very seriously. We are, as I mentioned earlier, we're currently leasers. Sometimes when you're a leaser, it comes to your attention when things are not taken care of the way you would like to see them taken care of. We have a fantastic operations team that does a great job of everything that they do, and we're working with some other folks in the area, including Sporting KC, to learn some good lessons about how to best take care of a facility like we're building. And our intent will be that we have 3 separate operating groups, one that's planning for our agricultural events, one that's planning for other types of events, and one that has complete responsibility for facility and operations that will allow us to take good care of the facility, both inside and out.
Cool beans. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just wanting to confirm, I was so engrossed in your statement, but it was Commissioner Kane, right, that made the moving motion, and we do have a second already? We don't have a second.
We do.
We do? We do. Okay. Thank you. That's all I need.
I guess we do. So, all right. With no further comments and debate, thank you all again so much for your time and your patience. I'm going to go ahead and have a roll call. Clerk?
Roll call. Lopez?
No.
Davis?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Ramirez,
Proud I.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. All right. I'm glad you all are excited about that. We got two more steps. Almost, but not quite. Clerk, can you read the next item?
Item 9.4, resolution setting the public hearing and giving notice of creating a community improvement district. A resolution calling and providing for the giving of notice of a public hearing on the advisability of creating a community improvement district to be known as the American Royal Community Improvement District and intent to levy a sales tax within the district. The hearing is scheduled for May 29, 2025 at 7 p.m.
Davis move to approve.
Bynum second.
All right, I'm going to accept those motions. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Lopez.
No.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, that takes us to our next item. Clerk, can you read that?
Item 9.5, resolution approving amended and restated development agreement. 2 phases, a public hearing and adoption of a resolution approving the amended and restated development agreement.
All right, I've got to open up for public comment. And Clerk, do we have any written comments?
We have no additional comments.
Okay, would anyone like to speak on this item? Okay, Clerk, do we have anyone online with their hands raised?
No hands are raised.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Is there any?
Move for approval.
Davis second.
All right, motion second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Lopez.
No.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. That concludes the portion of our regular meeting and that session of the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. I'm going to seek to adjourn us in that capacity, and I'll make a motion to re-adjourn us as the Board of Land Bank Board of Trustees.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion I gave and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Lopez.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye. I get to vote now.
Stites.
Oh.
Coming to you.
I mean, they've been sitting here quiet all night long. Aye.
Commissioner Stites.
Aye.
Thank you. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. We are now reconvening as the Land Bank Board of Trustees. Do any members of the Commissioner or County Administrator wish to set aside any items on the Land Bank consent agenda?
Davis move to approve.
Second.
All right, there is no items need to be set aside. I have 2 motions. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Lopez.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We have no further business tonight.
To adjourn. Davis second.
All right. They made the motion to adjourn and second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Lopez.
Aye.
Davis. Stites.
Aye.
Thank you. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. We are adjourned and have a good evening.
Aye.